విషయాల మీద ఫైట్ చేశారు. ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ కానీ, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ లో సైన్స్ తీసుకురావటం, డిస్క్రిమినేషన్ ఇన్ ద క్లాస్ రూమ్, దాన్ని ఎలా చేస్తారో చూద్దాం మనం. సూపర్ స్టేషన్ లెవెల్స్ని మనలో ఎన్ని నమ్మకాలు ఉంటాయంటే, మంగళవారం క్రాఫ్ వేయించుకోవద్దురా, శుక్రవారం క్రాఫ్ వేయించుకోవద్దు, వేస్తే ఏమవుతుంది, యానిమల్స్ని మాత్రం ఎప్పుడైనా కొసు తినొచ్చు, మన బొచ్చుకు మాత్రం కండిషన్ మంగళవారం శుక్రవారం వద్దని. కొంచెం నేను కామన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ వాడుతున్నా, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. మీరు అంటే మన కన్వీనియన్స్ ఉన్నాయన్నీ మనకు బాగానే ఉంటాయి. బట్ మనకు కొన్ని ఇదైతే వాడు అందుకే మంగళవారం క్రాఫ్ట్ చేయించుకున్నాడు, అందుకే యాక్సిడెంట్ అయిందిరా. ఏదన్నా రేషనాలిటీ ఉందో చూడండి ఒకసారి. కటింగ్ నెయిల్స్, మీరు గోల్డ్ మంగళవారం శుక్రవారం చేసుకోకూడదురా, ఎన్నిసార్లు చెప్పాలి నీకు, లక్ష్మీదేవి నిలవదరా. గోళ్ళకి లక్ష్మీదేవికి ఏమైనా సంబంధం ఉందా? ఎనీ రేషనాలిటీ. కొంతమంది రోజు కొరుక్కుంటారు, అది దరిద్రం, మళ్ళీ అది నిజమైన దరిద్రం. నోట్లో గోల్డ్ పెట్టుకోకూడదు, ఎందుకంటే నెయిల్స్ హోల్డ్ 70% ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఇన్ఫెక్టింగ్ బ్యాక్టీరియా యాజ్ ఏ హోస్టింగ్ పాయింట్ అనమాట. అందుకని దాన్ని ఎక్కడ పెడితే అక్కడ గబగబా ఇక్కడ పెడతాం, ఎక్కడ పెడితే అక్కడ పెట్టేసి నోట్లో పెట్టేసుకుంటుంటారు. ఈ హ్యాబిట్ మానండి, అది మూఢనమ్మకం, అది చాలా డేంజర్. దాన్ని చూడండి, ఏదన్నా జర్నీ చేసేటప్పుడు నో 3 people, ఒక రాయి పెట్టుకుపోండిరా, స్కూటీ కేసు పెట్టుకుపోండిరా అంటారు. 3 ఈజ్ ఎ నెంబర్. బట్ మనం ఏం చెప్తాం రిలీజియన్లో? ట్రినిటీ. అక్కడ ఓకే, ట్రినిటీ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. చాలా విషయాల్లో 3 చాలా మంచిది, కానీ జర్నీ చేసేటప్పుడు మాత్రం 3 ఉండకూడదు. దీస్ ఆర్ ద థింగ్స్. రేషనాలిటీ ఏమన్నా ఉందో వీటిలో? క్లీనింగ్, స్వీపింగ్ ఆఫ్టర్ సన్సెట్, అయిన తర్వాత ఇల్లు తొడవకూడదు, తుడిస్తే తుడిచిపెట్టుకుపోద్ది. ఇవన్నీ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను మీకు జాగ్రత్త. నెక్స్ట్, ఇచ్చే పామ్స్, చేతిలో దొరదొచ్చింది, కాళ్ళలో దొరదొచ్చింది, ఇట్ ఈజ్ లో బీపీ. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. మీరు ఏంటంటే లో బ్లడ్ ప్రెషర్ సర్క్యులేషన్ ఎండ్ పాయింట్స్ వరకు రాని వాళ్ళకి చేతిలో చెమట వస్తుంది, దురద వస్తుంది. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. చేతిలో దురదొస్తే, కాళ్ళలో దురదొస్తే చాలా డేంజర్ అనుకుంటుంటారు. అండ్ స్నీజింగ్ అండ్ హికప్స్, ఎక్కిళ్ళు వచ్చినాయి, నన్ను ఎవరో తిట్టుకుంటున్నారా, ఇఫ్ యూ గెట్ హికప్ సంబడీ ఈజ్ స్కోల్డింగ్ మీ, ఎవడో కాదు. హికప్ ఎందుకు వస్తుందంటే యువర్ వోకల్ కార్డ్స్ దగ్గర కంప్రెషన్ అండ్ ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. వోకల్ కార్డ్ మజిల్స్ ఉంటాయి. మీరు ప్రాపర్ లూబ్రికేషన్ లేకపోతే దట్ ఇట్ విల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ యువర్ హికప్స్. అండ్ స్టెప్పింగ్ అవుట్, చూడండి, డ్రింకింగ్ కర్డ్ అండ్ షుగర్ బిఫోర్ లివింగ్ ఈజ్ కన్సిడర్డ్ యాజ్ లక్కీ. మీరు ఇంట్లోంచి బయటికి వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు కొంచెం పంచదార నోట్లో వేసుకెళ్ళరా, తీపి కబురుతో రారా అంటుంటారు. తీపి తిని వెళ్తే తీపి కబురుతో వస్తామని. పరీక్షకి వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు కొంచెం అమ్మాయి పంచదార నోట్లో వేసుకెళ్ళవే, మంచి కబురు చెప్పారు. పంచదార నోట్ వేసుకుంటే పరీక్షలు రాస్తే ఇంకేముంది, కేజీలు పంచదార తింటూ కూర్చోవచ్చు మనం. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి ఇదంతా. అండ్ వార్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఈవిల్ ప్రొటెక్షన్, నింబు అండ్ మిర్చి, నిమ్మకాయలు ఎర్రమిరపకాయలు కలిపి పసుపు కుంకుమ చల్లాడా, వీడికి సుస్సు పడిపోద్ది అక్కడ రోడ్డు మీద. అమ్మ రాత్రి దగ్గర సాయంత్రానికి జ్వరం వచ్చేస్తుంది వీడికి. ద ఫియర్ సైకోసిస్ అంటాం. యువర్ మైండ్ ఈజ్ కండిషన్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ సర్టన్ సింబల్స్. బ్లాక్ క్యాట్స్, నల్లపిల్లి ఎదురొస్తాయి. బట్ మరి వెస్ట్రన్ కంట్రీస్లో దేర్ ఆర్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ క్యాట్స్ ఇన్ దేర్ హౌస్. బట్ వెస్ట్రన్ కంట్రీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ప్రాస్పరస్ కంట్రీస్ అండ్ రిచ్. ఇన్ ఇండియా వెన్ బ్లాక్ క్యాట్ కమ్స్ వీ విల్ బికమ్ వెరీ పూర్, దరిద్ర నారాయణం అయిపోతామని బిలీఫ్. అండ్ దెన్ స్పిరిట్స్, పీపుల్ ఆఫెన్ అవాయిడ్ ట్రావెలింగ్ గోయింగ్ అవుట్ సైడ్ at 3 AM బిలాంగ్ టు ద టైమ్ ఆఫ్ స్పిరిట్స్. దెయ్యాలు వస్తాయి. అరే రాత్రిపూట నువ్వు ప్రయాణిస్తే దెయ్యాలు పట్టుకుంటాయి. ఎవరిని పట్టుకుంటాయి? వయసులో ఉన్న పిల్లల్ని దెయ్యాలు పట్టుకుంటాయి. ముసలాడిని పట్టుకో. ఎందుకు వయసులో ఉన్న పిల్లల్ని దెయ్యం పట్టుకుంటాయి? స్పిరిట్స్ ఉన్నాయా? ఉంటాయి. ఎస్, సైన్స్ సేస్ స్పిరిట్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. బట్ స్పిరిట్స్ వచ్చి వీళ్ళనే పట్టుకుంటాయి అని చెప్పడానికి లాజిక్ ఏమి లేదు అక్కడ. మెటాఫిజిక్స్ సేస్ స్పిరిట్స్ ఎగ్జిస్టెన్స్ ఈజ్ డెఫినెట్లీ దేర్. బట్ నాకు దెయ్యం పడద్దా లేదా? కొన్ని నమ్మకాలు ఉన్నాయి. శ్రవణ నక్షత్రంలో పుట్టినవాడు, అర్థమైందా, మూలా నక్షత్రంలో పుట్టినవాడు, జ్యేష్ఠలో పుట్టినవాడు, వీళ్ళకి దెయ్యాలు కనిపిస్తాయి. ఎలా కనిపిస్తాయి తర్వాత మాట్లాడదాం మనం. కొన్ని దేర్ ఆర్ సర్టన్ థింగ్స్. ఈవిల్ ఐ. ఈవిల్ ఐ ఏంటంటే కొంతమంది బిజినెస్ పీపుల్ కానీ, అరే వాడి కళ్ళల్లో పడ్డావా నాశనం అయిపోతావు, దిష్టి తీయించుకోరా. దీన్ని చెడు చూపు అంటాం మనం. అరే చెడు చూపు పడిందిరా, వాడి చూపు పడింది, దిష్టి తీసేయండి. చీపిరితో తీస్తారు, ఉప్పుతో తీస్తారు, రకరకాలు ఇవన్నీ కూడా. దీస్ ఆర్ ద థింగ్స్. ఉత్తరం వైపు తలబెట్టుకుంటే చచ్చిపోతారా, ఉత్తరం వైపు తలబెట్టుకోవద్దు. ఫేసింగ్ సౌత్, సౌత్ వైపు ముఖం ఉండకూడదు, నార్త్ వైపు తలబెట్టకూడదు. సౌత్ వైపు తలబెట్టుకుని నార్త్ను చూస్తూ పడుకోవచ్చు. వెస్ట్ పెట్టుకుని ఈస్ట్ వైపు చూడొచ్చు. దీస్ ఆర్ ద బిలీఫ్స్. లాడ్జ్లోకి వెళ్ళి దిగావు, ఏ సైడో నీకు తెలుసా? హాయిగా నిద్రపోయి లేచి వచ్చేస్తాడు. హాస్టల్లో ఎటువైపు రూమ్ ఉందో నీకు తెలుసా? ఇదే వాస్తు అని చెప్పి దే ఆర్ బిల్డింగ్ దీస్ స్ట్రక్చర్స్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దీస్ సెంటిమెంట్స్. అండ్ దెన్ ఎక్లిప్సెస్, తులసి లీవ్స్, తులసి ఆకులు నోట్ వేసుకోకూడదు. డాక్టర్స్ ఏం చెప్తున్నారు? హ్యావ్ 2 leaves ఆఫ్ basil. Basil leaves will remove all your phlegm in the throat. Lungs will be clear. And basil has that power of cleaning. And gut health will improve because of the basil seeds. మీరు సబ్జా గింజలు, తులసి గింజలు వీటిని కనుక నానబెట్టుకు తింటే గట్ బ్యాక్టీరియా బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఇంప్రూవ్ అవుతుందని చెప్పి సైన్స్ చెప్తుంది. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ అ ప్లాంట్. మనం పవిత్రంగా చూసుకునే మొక్క కొయ్యొద్దు, ఓకే, నీవు అది దానికి శాంటిటీ ఆపాదించావు కాబట్టి. నెక్స్ట్ చూడండి, ఎక్లిప్సెస్. చెప్పా నేను, చంద్రగ్రహణం, సూర్యగ్రహణం తర్వాత నువ్వు మటాష్ మీకు టీవీలో వేస్తుంటాడు, ఇక ఫలానా రాశి వాళ్ళకి అయిపోయింది ఇక సర్వనాశనం అంటాడు. ఏం జరగదు, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. దే ఆర్ ద ఫిజికల్ థింగ్స్ దట్ ఆర్ హ్యాపెనింగ్ ఇన్ నేచర్స్ ఫెనామినా దట్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ టు డూ విత్ యువర్ లైఫ్. సో ఎక్లిప్స్ బిహేవియర్ అండ్ ఫ్యూనరల్ బాతింగ్, ఇది కూడా అంతే, మన సెంటిమెంట్ తప్ప. మనం స్నానం చేయకపోతే శ్మశానంకి వెళ్ళి వచ్చిన తర్వాత చచ్చిపోతాం అనేది ఇది నమ్మకం. నమ్మకం వేరు, సైన్స్ వేరు, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. దెన్ అదర్ ప్రివలెంట్ బిహేవియర్స్, యానిమల్ ఉమెన్స్. గొడ్లగోబ వస్తే, యాక్చువల్ మీకు తెలుసండి, గొడ్లగోబ లక్ష్మీదేవి వాహనం. ఔల్ ఈజ్ ది వెహికల్ ఆఫ్ ఏ లక్ష్మి. లక్ష్మి ఈజ్ ద ఓనర్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ప్రాస్పెరిటీ. మరి గొడ్లగోబ ఎదురొస్తే బాధపడటం ఏంటండి? మంచి శకునం, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. హిందూ పురాణ మనం సగం చదువుతాం, ఎవడో చెబుతాడు దానికి. గొడ్లగోబ వాహనం, ఒంటె ఆంజనేయ స్వామికి వాహనం, ఎలుక గణపతికి వాహనం. మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. నెమలి కుమారస్వామికి వాహనం. నెమలి పాముని తింటుంది, మళ్ళా కుమారస్వామి పాము రూపం. దీస్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ డైవర్సిటీ, ప్లోరల్ డైవర్సిటీ. దిస్ ఏ రిలీజియస్ థింగ్, జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలి. పీపుల్ ఏంటంటే దే డోంట్ స్టడీ, దే క్యారీ అవుట్ బై ద థింగ్స్. తర్వాత నో డోర్వేస్, సిట్టింగ్ ఆన్ డోర్ స్టెప్ ఈజ్ బిలీవ్డ్ టు బి ఇన్వైట్ పావర్టీ. అంటే ఏంటి? తలుపెదురుగా కూర్చుంటే దరిద్రం వస్తుందని చెప్పి. గుమ్మం ఎదురుగా కూర్చున్నావేంట్రా, గుమ్మం మీద కూర్చున్నావేంట్రా అంటారు, గడప మీద కూర్చోవద్దు అంటారు. అలాగే కూర్చోబెట్టుకోండి. బ్రోకెన్ గ్లాస్, పగిలిన అద్దం వాడకూడదు, అర్థమైంది? ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ బ్యాడ్, ఇట్ ఇన్వైట్స్ బ్యాడ్ స్పిరిట్స్ అని చెప్పి. అండ్ దెన్ బ్రోకెన్ మిర్రర్, లుకింగ్ ఇన్ టు బ్రోకెన్ మిర్రర్ ఇస్ సెట్ టు బి బ్యాడ్ థింగ్ అనమాట. ఇది లక్ని డిస్ప్రమోట్ చేస్తుందని. సి దీస్ ఆర్ ద సింబల్స్ యూ సీ. మీరు మనకి ఎక్కడ చూసినా నిమ్మకాయలు కట్టి ఏలాడుతూ ఉంటాయి. ఇదిగోండి చేతబడుల పేరుతో అక్కడ అలా ఆ గుండె సూది గుచ్చగానే అబ్బా అని కుట్టుకున్నాడు అంటాడు. బొమ్మలకే గుచ్చితే మనం అలా అయిపోతే ఇంకా దీనికి ఎవరన్నాడు? బ్లాక్ క్యాట్. ఇక చూడండి, నోట్లో కర్పూరం వేసి చేసేస్తారు. అదేం మ్యాజిక్ కాదు. కర్పూరం కిందకి బర్న్ అవుతుంది, ఎప్పుడు పైకి బర్న్ అవుతుంది. అందుకని నోట్లో వేసుకుంటే నాలుగు కాలదు. నేను కూడా చాలాసార్లు చేశాను. మండే నూనెలోంచి చేత్తో బజ్జీలు వేసి తీసాను నేను. ఫిజిక్స్ అది అంతా ఏం లేదు, నథింగ్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. నుప్పుల మీద నడుస్తాం మేము. నుప్పుల మీద నడిస్తే ఎందుకు? కాళ్ళకి చల్లనీళ్ళల్లో పెట్టేస్తే ఒక లేయర్ ఫామ్ అవుద్ది. నుప్పుల మీద నిదానంగా నడవకూడదు, ఫాస్ట్గా నడుచుకుంటూ వెళ్ళిపోతాం. నడిచేటప్పుడు పాదం అటు ఇటు టిల్ట్ అవ్వకూడదు, కాలుద్దప్పుడు మళ్ళీ. సో నిప్పులతో మీద నడిస్తే కాలలేదు కాబట్టి వాడి పతివ్రత, కాలితేనేమో బేవర్స్ అంటే ఎట్ట కుదురుతుంది చెప్పండి. అందుకని మేము నడిచి చూపిస్తాం చాలాసార్లు. లేదు. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ద థింగ్స్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. ఎక్లిప్స్లో ఇలాగే చూడండి, దిష్టి నీళ్ళు తీసి ఎర్రనీళ్ళు పోసారంటారు. రోడ్డు మీద ఎర్రనీళ్ళు పోసారు, మా అమ్మాయి దాటింది, అప్పటి నుంచి జబ్బు పడిందని అంటారు. దీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ద సో మెనీ బిలీఫ్స్. మీరు నెయిల్ కటింగ్ చూడండి, కట్ చేస్తే ఇవన్నీ కూడా మన దగ్గర ఉన్న అపనమ్మకాలు అనమాట. దెన్ స్పేస్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరేషన్ చూడండి, లాస్ట్ ఐ విల్ కమ్. సర్ ఆర్థర్ సి క్లార్క్, నోట్ చేసుకోండి. సర్ ఆర్థర్ సి క్లార్క్ ఈజ్ ఎ గ్రేట్ సైంటిస్ట్. స్పేస్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరేషన్ ఈ పదం వాడింది ఆయనేనండి. ఈవెన్ బిఫోర్ స్పేస్ వాజ్ ఇన్వెంటెడ్, శాటిలైట్, ఆస్ట్రోనాట్, స్పేస్ సూట్, అర్థమైందండి, రాకెట్, all the terms were introduced by Sir Arthur C. Clarke in a novel called Space Odyssey 2000. ఆయన ఎప్పుడు రాశాడు? అది 1905లో రాశాడు. 1905 స్పేస్ ఒడిసీ 2000. అండ్ దెన్ సి ఇంటర్నెట్ అండ్ వర్చువల్ రియాలిటీ, సైబర్ స్పేస్. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూస్తున్నారు విలియం గిబ్సన్ న్యూరో మ్యాన్సర్ అని చెప్పి ఆయన రాసినటువంటి నవల్లో ఈ స్పేస్ దీని గురించి. దెన్ మిలిటరీ టెక్నాలజీ, హెచ్జి వెల్స్ అనే అతను, లేదా జూల్స్ వెర్న్, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. జూల్స్ వెర్న్ జర్నీ త్రూ యూనివర్స్ అని చెప్పి భూగర్భంలోకి ప్రయాణం. అది మీరు చూడండి, సినిమా కూడా ఉంది, జర్నీ త్రూ ద సెంటర్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎర్త్ అని చెప్పి. జూల్స్ వెర్న్ అనే అతను ఫిక్షన్లో సబ్మెరైన్ కాన్సెప్ట్ రాశాడు, ఈవెన్ బిఫోర్ డిస్కవరీ ఆఫ్ సబ్మెరైన్. దెన్ హెచ్జి వెల్స్ టైమ్ మిషన్ దగ్గర నుంచి మీరు తీసుకోండి, లిటరరీ ఫిక్షన్లో ఏవైతే ఐడియాస్ ఉన్నాయో ది సేమ్ టెర్మినాలజీ నౌ యు ఆర్ యూజింగ్. నెక్స్ట్ సెల్ ఫోన్ అండ్ కమ్యూనికేషన్. మార్టిన్ కూపర్ అనేవాడు సెల్ ఫోన్, అసలు సెల్ ఫోన్ అనేది ఉంటుందని తెలీదు. మొబైల్ ఫోన్ ఉంటే మనం దాంట్లో హీరో వెళ్తూ మాట్లాడుకుంటుంటాడు, కేబుల్ లేకుండా ఎట్ట మాట్లాడితే చాలామంది తిట్టారు ఆయన్ని. అసలు ఫోన్ అంటే ఒక చోట ఉండాలి, ల్యాండ్ లైను, వీడేంటి పిచ్చితనంగా రాశాడని తెగ తిట్టారండి. తర్వాత నవ్ హీ హాజ్ బికమ్ 1970లో మోటరోలా కంపెనీ ఫస్ట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్డ్ ద సెల్ ఫోన్. అది 19th century స్టార్టింగ్లో రాసినటువంటి విషయాన్ని 100 years తర్వాత ఇట్ హాజ్ బికమ్ రియాలిటీ. దెన్ మీరు చూడండి ట్యాబ్లెట్స్, ఆర్థర్ సి క్లార్క్ ఈ బుక్స్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ని, ఈ బుక్స్ చూడండి. వీడియో కాల్స్, ఇప్పుడు మీరు అందరూ వీడియో కాల్ చేస్తున్నారు కదా, హ్యూగో జర్మన్ బ్యాక్స్ టెలిపాట్ అనేటువంటి దాంట్లో 1911 అండ్ 2001 స్పేస్ ఒడిస్సీ. దీస్ ఆర్ ద బుక్స్. నాటికి అటామిక్ బాంబ్ ఇంకా సింథసైజ్ చేయలేదు, ఓన్లీ యురేనియం వాజ్ ఇన్వెంటెడ్, దట్స్ ఆల్. 1921లో మేడం క్యూరీకి నోబెల్ ప్రైజ్ వచ్చింది. ఫస్ట్ వరల్డ్ వార్ టైంకే ఆటమ్ బాంబ్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ చేశాడు. 1 too many అన్నాడు ఆయన. మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, 1 to 1 ఈజ్ సోర్డ్ ఫైట్, 1 too many ఈజ్ బ్లాక్ వాట్ యూ కెన్ కాల్ గన్ పౌడర్, దాన్నే బాంబ్ అంటాం మనం, గన్ షెల్ అన్నాం. నన్ టు మెనీ ఈజ్ ఆటమ్ బాంబ్ అన్నాడు. నన్ టు మెనీ అంటే మనిషి ఉండడు, జస్ట్ బై ద స్విచ్ యూ కెన్ కిల్ ల్యాక్స్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్. ఇది హెచ్జి వెల్స్ ఆటమ్ బాంబ్ గురించి మెన్షన్ చేశాడు. తర్వాత డిజిటల్ లెర్నింగ్, ఏ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అండ్ 3D చూడండి. ఇంకా ఇవన్నీ కూడా సబ్మెరైన్ కాన్సెప్ట్ కానీ స్పేస్ అండ్ డిఫెన్స్, ఆల్ దీస్ వాజ్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్డ్ బై దీస్ పీపుల్. ఇంకొక జైంట్ ఉన్నాడు, ఆయన ఐజాక్ ఎసిమోవ్ అంటారు, ఐజాక్ ఎసిమోవ్. అది కూడా చెప్తా చూడండి. ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్సింగ్ టెక్నాలజీ జైంట్స్, ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఎలన్ మస్క్ కానీ జెఫ్ బెజో, మీరు వాళ్ళని నమ్ముతారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నారు చూడండి ఒకసారి. లీడర్స్ ఇన్ టెక్నాలజీ సచ్ యాజ్ ఎలన్ మస్క్ అండ్ జెఫ్ బెజో హ్యావ్ సైటెడ్ సైన్స్ ఫిక్షన్ యాజ్ ఎ ప్రైమరీ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఆన్ దేర్ పర్స్యూట్స్, పర్టికులర్లీ ఇన్ స్పేస్ ట్రావెల్, స్పేస్ ఎక్స్ అండ్ కాన్వర్సేషనల్ ఏఐ. అమెజాన్ ఎలెక్సా ప్లే ద సాంగ్ అంటే వస్తుంది కదా, ఇవన్నీ ఫిక్షన్లో ఉన్న మాటలు. ఫిక్షన్ బికమ్స్ రియాలిటీ. సో కాబట్టి సైన్స్కి స్ఫూర్తి, సైన్స్కి ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ ఏంటంటే లాంగ్వేజ్. తెలుగులో కూడా ఉన్నారు, నత్తలు వస్తున్నాయి జాగ్రత్త అని మల్లాది వెంకటకృష్ణమూర్తి 1980లో రాస్తే, నత్తలు వస్తావేంటి, మనుషులు చచ్చిపోవడం ఏంటని తిట్టారు ఆయన్ని. ఇట్ హ్యాస్ బికమ్ రియాలిటీ ఇన్ కేరళ. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, ఒక ఏలియన్ స్పీషీస్ స్నేయిల్ ఆఫ్రికా నుంచి షిప్లో వచ్చేసి కేరళలో ఒక రోజులోనే అది 100 నత్తల పిల్లలు పెడద్ది. అలా కొన్ని లక్షలు అయిపోయి వాళ్ళు పంట మొత్తం తినేస్తే చివరికి స్కూళ్ళు కాలేజీలు మూసేసి కేరళలో సాల్ట్ వేస్తే అవి చచ్చిపోతాయి. సాల్టింగ్ చేయడానికి అన్ని స్కూల్స్ కాలేజ్ షట్ డౌన్ చేశారు కేరళలో. మరి నత్తలు వచ్చినాయి కదండి. కాబట్టి రవిగాంచని చోట కవిగాంచని అంటారు, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. వేర్ సన్ కెనాట్ పెనిట్రేట్ ద పోయట్ కెన్ లుక్ ఇన్ టు ఇట్. అందుకని అన్సీన్ థింగ్స్ని సొసైటీకి ఇవ్వగలిగిన వాడు అది కవి. కవి ఎవరంటే లిటరరీ జైంట్. మేబీ ఎనీ లాంగ్వేజ్, బట్ ఇంగ్లీష్ ఈజ్ అ పవర్ఫుల్ టూల్ టు కమ్యూనికేట్ గ్లోబల్లీ. That's why, see, realism of our time. Arthur Kim Stanley Robinson describes science fiction as our modern reality when we live in this world constantly shaped by rapid, often envisaged technology change. And Indian science fiction features a blend of futuristic technology, dystopian themes, and social commentary with prominent writers like including Samit Basu and Vandana Singh, Manjula Padmanabhan, అండ్ ఆస్ట్రోఫిజిస్ట్ జయంత్ నార్లిక్కర్. జయంత్ నార్లిక్కర్ చనిపోయాడండి. వీళ్ళు ఇండియన్ జైంట్స్. వీళ్ళు లిటరేచర్ని సైన్స్ పాపులరైజేషన్ కోసం దీస్ ఆర్ ద పీపుల్. మీరు ఇన్నున్నారో లేదో, వందనా శివ నవధాన్య అంటాం మనం. మన ఆంధ్రాలో, మన ఇండియాలో పసుపు కుంకుమ మనకు దక్కిందంటే కారణం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, నవధాన్య. మనం గృహప్రవేశం చేసేటప్పుడు, శంకుస్థాపన చేసేటప్పుడు 9 రకాల ధాన్యాలు వేస్తాం. ఇండియాలో టర్మరిక్ అనేది ఇండియాది కాదు అని పేటెంట్లో వాళ్ళు వేసుకున్నారు అమెరికన్స్. చిన్న ఇంట్రడక్షన్ చెప్పి ఆపేస్తానండి. దెన్ నవధాన్య అనే సంస్థ ద్వారా వందనా శివ ఏం చేసిందంటే, షీ వెంట్ టు ఇంటర్నేషనల్ కోర్స్ ఆఫ్ జస్టిస్. పసుపు ఏ రకంగా లాస్ట్ 1000 yearsలో 3000 yearsలో ఇండియాలో యూజ్ చేశారో షీ బిల్ట్ ఏ లార్జ్ రికార్డ్. ఎందుకంటే ఆన్ రికార్డ్ మీకు లేకపోతే వాళ్ళు బిలీవ్ చేయరు. మీది అని నిరూపించడానికి పసుపులో ఎన్ని రకాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఎక్కడెక్కడ పండిస్తారు, రామాయణంలో, భారతంలో, లెపిక్స్లో, లిటరరీ దాంట్లో అన్నీ రీసెర్చ్ చేసి 16,000 పేజెస్ ఆఫ్ టెక్స్ట్ని ఆమె సబ్మిట్ చేసింది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ కోర్టుకి. దట్స్ వై టర్మరిక్ నౌ బిలాంగ్స్ టు ఇండియా. ఇట్స్ నాట్ సో ఈజీ. అందుకే రాయండి, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. వెన్ యూ స్టార్ట్ జాతకం చెప్పండి సార్ అన్నారు. అంతా చెప్పింది. నాకు ఇష్టం లేదు అది, కానీ నేను ఇండియన్ నాలెడ్జ్లో ఏం చెప్తున్నాను, 12 రాసులు ఏంటి, 27 నక్షత్రాలు, చంద్రుడికి 27 మంది పెళ్ళాలు, ఆ పెళ్ళాం దగ్గర ఏ రోజు ఉంటే ఆ నక్షత్రంలో పుడతాడు వాడు. పూర్వాషాఢ, ఉత్తరాషాఢ, పూర్వభద్ర, భరణి, స్వాతి, ఇవన్నీ నక్షత్రాలు. 27 నక్షత్రాలు ఎందుకు ఉన్నాయి, 88 కాన్స్టలేషన్స్ ఉంటే. దీస్ ఆర్ ద థింగ్స్. కానీ పిల్లలకు అది ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అయింది బాగా. అది అడుగుతున్నారు, సార్ భలే చెబుతారు సార్ జాతకాలు మీరు. ఎందుకంటే మనం బై నోయింగ్ సర్టన్ క్యారెక్టర్స్ యూ కెన్ సే యువర్ బిహేవియర్. ఈ నక్షత్రంలో పుట్టిన వాడు ఈ లక్షణాలు ఉంటాడు మనం చెప్పేసేయచ్చు. అవి చాలా వరకు కనెక్ట్ అవుతాయి కాబట్టి వీడు అన్నీ కరెక్ట్ అనుకుంటాడు. 40% జనరల్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఉంటాయి. అంత మాత్రాన అవి నమ్మకండి, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. సో అందుకని ఈ చిలక జోష్యాలు, పిచ్చి జాతకాల మీద నమ్మకం పెట్టుకుని డోంట్ ఎలిమినేట్ యువర్ హార్డ్ వర్క్. అల్టిమేట్లీ మ్యాన్ అనేవాడు ఎవడైనా పైకి రావాలంటే గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, యూ హ్యావ్ టు బిల్డ్ యువర్ లైఫ్ త్రూ హార్డ్ వర్క్ అండ్ త్రూ ఎంక్వైరీ, లెర్నింగ్ అండ్ స్పిరిట్ ఆఫ్ విజ్డమ్. ఇది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. అండ్ దెన్ థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ గివింగ్ మీ దిస్ ఏ గ్రేట్ ఆపర్చునిటీ. ఐ థ్యాంక్ ఎంటైర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్, మై గుడ్ ఫ్రెండ్ రంగబాబు, ప్రవీణ్ గారు, బి రాజు, సంజీవ్ కుమార్ బాలి, డాక్టర్ ఎల్ శుభా అండ్ ఖాదర్ బి మేడం. సో నాకు ఇంగ్లీష్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్తో ఉన్న పరిచయంతో నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చి ఏదో నాకు తెలిసిన కొన్ని విషయాలు, నేను ఈ ఫీల్డ్లో వర్క్ చేశాను కాబట్టి నేను నథింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎనీ, మీరు లిటరేచర్ ఏం చెప్పలేదు అనుకోకండి. హౌ ఇంగ్లీష్ కెన్ బి ఎ పవర్ఫుల్ టూల్ ఇన్ ఎక్స్ప్రెసింగ్ యువర్ సైన్స్ ఆర్ సైంటిఫిక్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఇన్ టు ద కామన్ మ్యాన్. ఎందుకంటే మన టార్గెట్ ఎప్పుడు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, విద్య యొక్క పరమార్థం ఏంటంటే ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్పోజర్, ఎక్స్పోజర్ ఈజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్. అన్లెస్ యూ ఎక్స్పోజ్ టు ద సొసైటీ, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పర్పస్ అనేది ఫుల్ఫిల్ కాదు. గెట్టింగ్ మార్క్స్ అండ్, అందుకే ఇందిరాగాంధీ ఒక కొటేషన్ ఉంది, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఈజ్ ఏ కంటిన్యూస్ ప్రాసెస్ బట్ గెట్టింగ్ త్రూ ఎగ్జామ్ ఈజ్ ఓన్లీ ఏ స్కిల్. పరీక్షలు పాస్ అవ్వటం అనేది ఒక నైపుణ్యం. ఆ నైపుణ్యం ఉన్న ప్రతివాడు పరీక్ష పాస్ అవుతాడు. కానీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఈజ్ ఎ కంటిన్యూస్ ప్రాసెస్. అండ్ వివేకానంద్ ఏమంటాడంటే ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఈజ్ ద మానిఫెస్టేషన్ ఆఫ్ పర్ఫెక్షన్ విచ్ ఈజ్ ఆల్రెడీ ఇన్ మ్యాన్ అండ్ ద పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ ద టీచర్ ఈజ్ టు ఇగ్నైట్ ద బర్నింగ్ డిజైర్ వాట్ ఈజ్ ఆల్రెడీ ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ ఇన్ ద స్టూడెంట్ అంటాడు. అంటే ఏ మనిషి పుట్టుకతో అజ్ఞాని కాదు, జ్ఞానే. ఆ జ్ఞానికి ఉన్నటువంటి తృష్ణని తట్టి లేపేవాడే గురువు. ఆ అగ్గి రాజేయాలి క్లాసులో. కాబట్టి దట్ ఈస్ ద పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్. ఐ హోప్ ఐ హ్యావ్ ఇగ్నైటెడ్ యువర్ బ్రెయిన్. సో డోంట్ నెగ్లెక్ట్ లాంగ్వేజ్, వెదర్ యూ బిలాంగ్ టు ఎనీ ఫ్యాకల్టీ, కామర్స్ ఆర్ ఆర్ట్స్ ఆర్ సైన్స్, డజంట్ మ్యాటర్. Language is a powerful tool of expression in 21st century. Thank you very much.
మన డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంగ్లీష్ తరఫున డాక్టర్ టి శ్రీకుమార్ గారికి వేల ధన్యవాదాలు మనందరి పక్షాన. ఒక విషయం చెప్పాలి మీకు, ఇది వాస్తవం. శ్రీకుమార్ గారికి మేమందరం అభిమానులమే. శ్రీకుమార్స్ ఫ్యాన్స్ అసోసియేషన్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ నేను, సెక్రటరీ రంగబాబు గారు, చైర్మన్ డాక్టర్ బి రాజు గారు, అలా మేమందరం కూడా శ్రీకుమార్ గారికి మంచి అభిమానులం. శ్రీకుమార్ గళం అనర్గళం, శ్రీకుమార్ స్వరం మనందరికీ వరం. వారిని మనందరి పక్షాన మనమందరం కలిసి సన్మానించుకుంటున్నట్లే. ఓకే సార్, రండి. ఎవరన్నా ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ కోసం చూస్తున్నాము. ఎనీ ఇంటరాక్షన్ with the speaker? If you have any questions to ask him, you can ask him. నాదో క్వశ్చన్ ఉంది. నేను ఎక్కువ హారర్ మూవీస్ చూస్తుంటాను. దెయ్యాలంటే భలే ఇష్టం నాకు. ఇందాక సార్ మాట్లాడుతూ దెయ్యాలు ఉన్నాయి అని సైంటిఫిక్గా కూడా చెప్తున్నారు అన్నారు. అదేంటో కొంచెం చెప్పండి సార్, నాకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ దెయ్యం అంటే. మావిడేమో నన్ను చూసి దెయ్యాలు పారిపోతాయంట.
సార్ ఇది ఏంటంటే మెటాఫిజిక్స్ అంటాం. స్టిల్ ఇంకా ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్స్ అంటే కాలింగ్ స్పిరిట్స్ అండ్ టాకింగ్ టు దెమ్ ఈజ్ ఎ బిగ్ ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్. డస్ స్పిరిట్స్ ఎగ్జిస్ట్ ఆర్ నాట్? ఇది మెటాఫిజిక్స్లో అండ్ దెన్ సూపర్ న్యాచురల్ పవర్స్ అంటాం. మన బ్రెయిన్లో ఇక్కడ ఫ్రంటల్ లోబ్ అంటారు, మీరు ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇది మన నుదురు. ఫ్రంటల్ లోబ్లో వినండి ఈఎస్పీస్ అంటారు, ఎక్స్ట్రా సెన్సరీ పర్సెప్షన్స్. వీటిలోంచి అతీంద్రియ శక్తులు అనేవి కొన్ని వస్తాయి. ఎవరికి వస్తాయంటే పీనియల్ గ్లాండ్ అని ఒక గ్లాండ్ ఉంటుంది మీకు, దాన్ని మూడో నేత్రం అంటారు, థర్డ్ ఐ అంటారు. విన్నారు ఎప్పుడైనా పీనియల్ గ్లాండ్ అని? మీరు యోగా చేసినప్పుడు ఆ పీనియల్ గ్లాండ్ ఎక్స్కవేట్ అయిపోయి యూ కెన్ సీ ద భవిష్యత్తు, భూత భవిష్యత్ వర్తమానాల్ని, అంటే యూ కెన్ సీ పాస్ట్, ప్రజెంట్ అండ్ ఫ్యూచర్. పీనియల్ గ్లాండ్ వెన్ ఇట్ బికమ్స్ యాక్టివ్ త్రూ సమ్ సూపర్ న్యాచురల్ పవర్స్, వీటన్నిటి మీద రీసెర్చ్ జరుగుతుంది. వాట్ దే ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ పర్ఫెక్ట్లీ అంటే కొన్ని సిమ్టమ్స్ ద్వారా, ఎస్ డూ ద డెఫినెట్లీ స్పిరిట్స్ విల్ ఎగ్జిస్ట్. వీటికి ఏం చేశారంటే ఒక రష్యన్ ఫోటోగ్రాఫర్ క్లింజర్ ఫోటోగ్రఫీ అని రాత్రిపూట కల్లో దెయ్యాలు కనిపించే వాళ్ళ చుట్టూ పెట్టి ఆరా అని స్టడీ చేశాడు. ఆ దెయ్యాలు వస్తాయా, స్పిరిట్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎలాంటి బిహేవియర్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ గ్రాఫికల్ ఇమేజెస్ని కూడా రికార్డ్ చేశాడు. బట్ స్థూలంగా మీరు అనుకున్నట్టు దెయ్యాల కాళ్ళు వెనక్కి ఉంటాయా, తెల్ల బట్టలు వేసుకొస్తాయా, రంగుల బట్టలు వేసుకొస్తాయా, జుట్టు ఎరబోసుకుంటుందా, మనం అనుకునే కాన్సెప్చువల్ ఇమేజెస్ అన్నీ అవి. బట్ దెయ్యాలు అనేవి ఉన్నాయి, అవి వాటి ప్రవర్తన కొన్నిసార్లు ఇక్కడ పెట్టిన వస్తువుని మనకేం చెప్తారంటే, ఇండియాలో ఏం చెప్తారంటే వాటిని యక్షులు, కింపురుషులు, గంధర్వులు, వీళ్ళంతా కూడా ఏం చేస్తారంటే మనకు కనిపించకుండా ఉంటారు. అందుకని ఎవరిని పెడితే వాడిని ఊరినే మనం తిట్టకూడదు, పనికి మేలని వస్తువుని కూడా తిట్టకూడదు. వస్తువు రూపంలో కూడా ఆత్మలు ఉంటాయి. నువ్వు వేసుకొచ్చే సైకిల్ని పనికి మేలని సైకిల్, చండాలం అని తిట్టావు అనుకోండి, మీ క్రిస్టియన్లో అందుకే థ్యాంక్స్ గివింగ్ అంటుంది. మనం ఏ వస్తువుకైనా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తారు క్రిస్టియన్స్. మేబీ ఇదేమన్నా దానికి హిస్టారికల్గా ఉందో బైబిల్లో చెప్పాలి నాకు. ఎందుకు చెప్తారంటే, నువ్వు నమ్మి ఆ వస్తువుని వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు నువ్వు వస్తువుని తిడితే ఏమవుద్దంటే బెల్లమీటుగా నీకు ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్ అప్పుడు అది విరిగిపోద్ది. ఇక నీ జీవితంలో దాని యొక్క తడాకా ఏంటో చూపిస్తారన్నమాట. పనికి మాలిన పెన్ను అన్నాం అనుకోండి, ఏదో సందర్భంలో పరీక్షలో మంచి మూమెంట్లో రాసేటప్పుడు పెన్ను ఇబ్బంది పడద్ది, పక్కనాడు పెన్ను లేదంటాడు, పెన్ను తెచ్చుకోకుండా ఎందుకు వచ్చావరా ఎదవా అంటాడు, ఇన్విజిలేటరు, వీడి బుర్ర దొబ్బింది, పరీక్ష దొబ్బింది. చిన్న విషయం, అందుకని దేన్ని తిట్టబాకండి. ప్రాణం ఉన్న వాటిని, ప్రాణం లేని వాటిని దేని జోలికి వెళ్ళబాకండి. నేను ఎందుకు చెప్పానంటే మళ్ళీ ఇది నమ్మకం అపనమ్మకం అంటారు. స్పిరిట్స్ ఆర్ ఎవ్రీవేర్, ఆమ్నీ పొటెంట్. చచ్చిన తర్వాత ఏమవుతారు, అసలు మనం స్వర్గం నరకం ఉన్నాయా, వీటి మీదే జరుగుతుంది ఇప్పుడు. సో ఇంకా అదేమీ కంక్లూజన్కి రాలేదు. బట్ డెఫినెట్లీ వన్ మస్ట్ సే, ఏలియన్స్ ఎలా అయితే ఉన్నారు కన్ఫర్మ్ అని చెప్పారో, లైఫ్ ఎల్స్వేర్ కంపల్సరీ, అలాగే సూపర్ న్యాచురల్ లైఫ్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో దేర్. ఇది చాలా పెద్ద టాపిక్, నేను అంతవరకు మాత్రం చెప్తాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. వాకింగ్ ఎన్సైక్లోపీడియా శ్రీకుమార్ గారు. He knows almost everything about anything under the sun. మీకు సినిమా గుర్తొచ్చిందేమో, బ్రహ్మానందం పోలీస్ ఆఫీసరు ఒక లైట్ డిటెక్టర్ పెడతాడు, అవతలేమో ఆలీ ఉంటాడు కదా, వాడు అబద్ధం చెప్పగానే ఇది కుయ్యి కుయ్యి అంటుంది. వాడికి కోపం వచ్చి మిషన్ని తిడతాడు, దీని అమ్మ మిషన్ అంటాడు. ఏంట్రా మిషన్ ఏంటి పట్టిస్తుంది. మీరు చెప్పింది కరెక్టే, వస్తువుని తిడితే ఆ వస్తువు మనం. రండి సార్ రండి. ఎనీ క్వశ్చన్స్ ప్లీజ్. Afterward.
health, we won't care, many of us. But if we say, if you do this, this will happen to you, we feel scared. Once I actually saw somewhere that if you keep an empty chair in your room while you sleep, the ghost will come and sit there. I was so scared after that that I kept on removing chairs in the room. But even if I know that if you don't take proper dietary or food related or health related, you will be affected in the future. We won't feel scared, sir. Do you know why that is? Is it a psychology or are we not scared enough?
Very good question. See, hormones are the social bond. Your behavior is controlled by the hormones that are produced in the human body. 52 hormones are there. Basically, if I am getting now and then a frequent anger is controlled by adrenal. Please listen. Adrenal gland is there here, medulla oblongata. It controls your blood pressure. మీరు దాన్ని కంట్రోల్ చేసేది ఎవరు? మీరు ఉప్పు కారాలు ఎక్కువ తింటున్నారు. Too much of sodium and too much of pepper and too much of chili. It leads to increase in your adrenal gland activation. Adrenal gland will promote your blood pressure, then you will become angerful person. So your behavior is controlled by your eating habits. ఇంకోటి చెప్తాను, జాగ్రత్త వినండి. మనం కొన్ని రకాల హార్మోన్స్ చూడండి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ థైరాయిడ్. ఆడపిల్లలో థైరాయిడ్ గ్లాండ్ T3, T4, TSH, ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్, దీన్ని ఇక్కడ ఉండే మీకు తెలుసు కదా, దీన్ని ఎండోక్రైన్ గ్లాండ్ అంటారు. ఎండోక్రైన్ గ్లాండ్ మాల్ ఫంక్షన్ చేస్తే, వెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ హైపర్ యాక్టివ్ ఆర్ హైపో, ఇట్ లీడ్స్ టు, ఇప్పుడు హంసలాగా సన్నగా అన్న అయిపోయారంటే తిన్నా ఎక్కువ లావ్ అవ్వదు అమ్మాయి. సి ద హైపర్ గ్లాండ్ ఈజ్ మేబీ హైపర్ యాక్టివ్. గ్రోత్ హార్మోన్ అంటారు దాన్ని. కొంతమంది తినకుండా ఊరికే లావ్ అయిపోతారు. లావ్ అయిపోయారంటే హార్మోన్ ప్రాబ్లం. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, నేను తింటలేదు లావ్ అయిపోతున్నానండి అంటారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ ద హార్మోన్. హార్మోన్స్ అనేవి ఫుడ్ ద్వారా డిసైడ్ అవుతాయి. ఇది ఒక్కటే కాదు, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. యువర్ టెస్టాస్ట్రోన్, చూడటానికి మగరాయిలాగా బ్రహ్మాండంగా మీసాలు వేసుకుని ఉంటాడు, ఊరుకో అంటుండు. అంటే వాడు ఫెమినియన్ బిహేవియర్ ఉంటుంది. వీళ్ళు ఏమైందంటే టెస్టాస్ట్రోన్ డౌన్ అయిపోతూ ఈస్ట్రోజన్ పెరిగిపోద్ది. కొంతమంది ఉంటారు, రే ఇటు రారా అంటది, చూస్తానికి ఆడపిల్లే, ఎవరిని పెట్టినా రా అంటుంటుంది, ఆడరా అంటది, నీకు పగులుద్దురా అంటది. ఈ బిహేవియర్ అంతా మేల్ జెండర్ లాగా ఉంటుంది. ఈస్ట్రోజన్ డౌన్ అయిపోయి టెస్టాస్ట్రోన్ పెరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. మస్కులైన్ కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ అంటారు. నీకు తెలియదు ఇవన్నీ కూడా, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. హార్మోన్స్ నేను కంట్రోల్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాయి నీ బిహేవియర్ని. అండ్ మీరు చాలా వీటన్నిటికన్నా ఇంకోటి ఉంది, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. తను అడిగింది ఫియర్ సైకోసిస్, యువర్ ఇన్ఫీరియారిటీ, సుపీరియారిటీ, ఆల్ దీస్ ఆర్ కంట్రోల్డ్ బై సెవరల్ హార్మోన్స్. వాట్ దే ఆర్ కాల్డ్ ఎండార్ఫిన్స్ ఉంటాయి, డోపమైన్ ఉంటుంది, సెరోటోనిన్, కార్టిజాల్, ఓకే, ఆక్సిటోసిన్ ఈజ్ ఏ సెక్స్ హార్మోన్. డోపమైన్, ఎండార్ఫిన్స్ బిలాంగ్స్ టు ఫీల్ గుడ్ హార్మోన్స్. మనం ఎప్పుడు లైఫ్లో ఏముండాలంటే ఫీల్ గుడ్ అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. మీరు నెగిటివ్ థింకింగ్కి వెళ్తే, డిప్రెషన్లోకి వెళ్తే మీకు చాలా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తాయి. అవి హార్మోన్స్ ఉంటాయి. మనలో ఉన్న హార్మోన్సే మనం డిసైడ్ చేస్తాయి, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. అందుకని ఏముందిలే వంకాయ, ఆ ఇంగ్లీష్ రాయిపోతే ఏమవుద్దులే, రేపు నెక్స్ట్ సెమిస్టర్ రాసుకుందాంలే, ఈ నీకు తెలియకుండా నువ్వు వర్డ్స్ ఉంటావు, రిమార్కబుల్ వర్డ్స్. మైండ్ విల్ స్ట్రాంగ్లీ రిజిస్టర్ దెమ్, యద్భావం తద్భవతి. వాడేదో పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ సినిమాలు అంటాడు, దేంతో వచ్చావో దాంతోనే బిగిన్ అవుతావు బద్దం అని చెప్తాడు. అదే అవుద్ది మీకు. మీరు వాడే వర్డ్స్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, తెలిసి కానీ తెలియక కానీ. యూజ్ స్ట్రాంగ్ వర్డ్స్ ఫర్ యువర్ లైఫ్. పెసిమిస్టిక్గా తను అడిగినట్టు ఇప్పుడు భయపడ్డారా, ఖాళీ సీట్లో దెయ్యం వస్తుంది అనుకున్నారా, వచ్చి కూర్చుంటుంది అంతే. నువ్వు ఇన్వైట్ చేసినట్టే, పక్కన ఎవరున్నారని అనుకోవడం కాదు. ఎందుకంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ పారా నేచురల్ బిహేవియర్. మన మైండే మన ఓనర్, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. ఈ మైండ్ని కంట్రోల్ చేసేది అకల్ట్ బిహేవియర్ అంటారు వీటిని. ఇంక చాలా పెద్ద సబ్జెక్ట్, నేను దాంట్లోకి వెళ్ళను. బట్ వన్ థింగ్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, తను అన్నట్టు జంక్ ఫుడ్ జోలికి వెళ్తే, జంక్ ఫుడ్ మీ హార్మోన్ ప్రొడక్షన్ని ఎఫెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది. ఆడవాళ్ళలో నేను చెప్పాను, థైరాయిడ్ ఏముందిలే అనుకుంటారు, మంత్లీ 2 times మెన్సెస్ అవుతారు, లేదా 3 monthsకి ఒకసారి మెన్సెస్ అవ్వరు. ఇవాళ సంతాన సాఫల్య కేంద్రాల చుట్టూ ఎందుకు తిరుగుతున్నారు అనుకున్నారు? మగవాళ్ళలో స్పెరమ్ కౌంట్ డౌన్ అయిపోవటానికి కారణం సెలీనియం. మీరు తినే జంక్ ఫుడ్ ఉంటుంది, ఈ బర్గర్లు, పిజ్జాలు, మీరు తినే నూడిల్స్, వాటిలో సెలీనియం ఉంటుందండి, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. షాంపూ, పట్టు లాంటి కుచ్చు లాంటి పట్టు అని రాసి రుద్దుతూ ఉంటారు. ఆల్ కలర్ షాంపూ కంటైన్ సెలీనియం. సెలీనియం కిల్స్ యువర్ స్పెరమ్ మొబిలిటీ. స్పెరమ్ బికమ్స్ డైల్యూట్. సో మీకు ఎంత ఉపయోగం లేదు. నేను చాలా పెద్ద తురుపు ముక్క, నేను బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఉన్నా, అసలు నేను పెద్ద సెక్సిస్ట్ని అనుకుంటాడు ఒకడు. తీరా విషయం ఏముండదు అక్కడ. మీరు లైట్గా తీసుకోవద్దు. హ్యావ్ ఏ గుడ్ ఫుడ్. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, నైస్ ఈటింగ్ హ్యాబిట్స్. ఆడవాళ్ళైనా మగపిల్లైనా అవాయిడ్. మీరు కాలేజీలో చూస్తూ ఉంటాం కొంతమంది స్టైలు ఇలా కూల్ డ్రింక్ తీసుకుని రోజు సాకరిన్ తాగి పారేస్తే గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, ఇట్ విల్ డిఫార్మ్ యువర్ డిఎన్ఏ. మీకు చాలా 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 జబ్బులు వస్తాయి. తను అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ పర్టినెంట్, చాలా టైం తక్కువ కాబట్టి. హార్మోన్స్ ఆర్ డిసైడెడ్ బై యువర్ ఫుడ్. ఫుడ్ విల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ యువర్ హెలూసినేషన్స్ ఆర్ థింకింగ్. నీ డ్రీమ్ ప్యాటర్న్, సబ్ కాన్షియస్ బ్రెయిన్ ఈజ్ కంట్రోల్డ్ బై యువర్ ద ఫుడ్. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, మీ సబ్ కాన్షియస్ బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రాంగ్గా ఉండాలంటే మీ ఈటింగ్ హ్యాబిట్స్, మీ బిహేవియర్, మీ వాకింగ్ ఆ టాకింగ్ ప్యాటర్న్ ఇవి చాలా పవర్ఫుల్గా ఉండాలి. ఏదో గాలి మాటలు మాట్లాడేసుకుంటా రోడ్డు ఎమ్మతలతో వాడమ్మ వీడమ్మ వాడక్క వీడక్క, మీరు ఫిల్తీ లాంగ్వేజ్ వాడితే ఏమవుద్దంటే ఈజీ గోయింగ్ అయిపోయి బ్రెయిన్లో. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, నెవర్ యూజ్ దట్ వర్డ్స్. నేను చాలా సైంటిఫిక్గా చెప్తున్నా, మీరు అలా మాట్లాడిన వాడి జీవితం అలానే ఉంటుంది. మీరు సీరియస్గా ఉండండి, మీ లాంగ్వేజ్ చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా వాడండి. ద లాంగ్వేజ్ విచ్ యూ యూజ్ విల్ ఫ్రేమ్ యువర్ బ్రెయిన్ అండ్ విల్ టర్న్ యువర్ హార్మోన్స్. అందుకనే మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, మీరు మన హీలింగ్ పవర్ అనేది ఎక్కడి నుంచో రాదు, మన మాట నుంచే వస్తుంది. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, మాట తోటా కన్నా ప్రమాదకరమైంది. డోంట్ యూజ్ యువర్ వర్డ్స్. అందుకే బైబిల్లో ఒక మాట ఉంది, విస్తారమైన మాటల్లో దోషం ఉండును, మౌనం బంగారం మాట వెండి. ఒళ్ళు దగ్గర పెట్టుకోండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful. I don't want to prolong this process. కానీ ఒక విషయం మట్టుకి I would like to acknowledge. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge the presence of postgraduate students from Vignan University under the supervision of Nagaraj garu. Nagaraj garu, please, would you please stand up? Yes, please. They have contacted me to attend the program, allowed them the second day to come. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence and for your students. After this program, there will be an invitation for second and third year students, possible for first years also. Any presentations, please come and present yourself. Even the number is less, we are going to have those presentations, including myself, Rangababu sir, Praveen sir, Shubha madam, and just for 5 to 7 minutes, not more than that. Okay, let us join the felicitation. I request all the members of the English department and the organizing committee to come on to the dais, please. చూడండి ఒక్కసారి, వినాలి, చాలామంది మీరు మధ్యలో వచ్చారు, అయినప్పటికీ టాక్కి ఎలా ట్యూన్ అయ్యారు. చాలామంది ఇష్టం లేకుండా వెళ్ళిపోయారు, టైం అయిపోయిందని. నేను తెలిసినట్టయితే వాళ్ళని ఆపి ఉండేవాడిని. అండ్ దోస్ హూ కేమ్ లేట్, యూ మే నాట్ ఫాలోడ్ ఇట్, బట్ I once again thank the Department of Visual Communication for recording this one and circulating in the public. And I have my research scholar, Mr. Sushant from Kakinada, for coming and attending this program. He is my research scholar and accuracy coordinator, Dr. P.V.V.S. Sairam sir. Thank you, sir. I request the student Tulasi to present a bouquet to sir. And then I request Rangababu sir to present a shawl to Sri Kumari sir. Sri Kumar sir. హలో, మీకు నేను చెప్పాను సార్, సరే సార్. Then I request Dr. L. Shubha madam, the organizing secretary, to present a memento to sir. Please wait. I to join for the photo. Photo is incomplete without my presence. Dear students, hello. Literature students will remain back here, and those students from Vignan University, they also remain here. The other students will remain, but you can have a break and come back. I have taken permission for all your sections. You may remain up to lunch. Okay. You may go for a break and come back. Right? And okay. 11:51. Yeah, I'll put up a letter also. Attendance will be taken here itself. Students, please do not go away. Attendance will be taken here itself. Monitors, stand back. there in the Bible also, Elia, who went into the deep sea during midnight, meditated there, acquired knowledge, and then came. Even in Indian system, we have the saints. Muniswarlu unnaru manaku kuda. They go to mountains and riversides, they meditate there and come. Rajinikanth, the film actor, confessed several times. He used to go to Himalayas, there meditate a lot during the summer season, acquire wisdom and knowledge and come back. It was his a spiritual exercise. Similarly, maybe this kind of practice might have come from the practice of the Aboriginal people who do not know how to wear clothes, who do not know how to build their living places, who do not know how to store their food. How to store their food. Tin food, keeping the food in tins is the latest development. So these people were living, are understanding. Even non-literature students can understand. They have no land. The land was not named. They have religion, but they did not give a name to religion. They have God. They didn't give a name to God. When things are in this condition, this Maharani, who is the Maharani? Queen Victoria came and sent several people to this particular place. All people are not expert in finding new places. James Cook, the captain, he is the best navigator. The transport system at that time was a sailing system, right? They used to find a modest boat, not even an engine boat, and they used to move from one place to the other. Why this captain, James Cook, was given the task of visiting this place? There were 500 and 1,000 convicts, notorious thieves, uncontrollable in the land of England. They are revolting against the Queen Victoria. Therefore, she ordered the Captain Cook to go to a place and dump them, and they should not come or return their native place, England. So he collected more than 500 to 1,000 people and dumped them in Australia. A place now we are calling Australia. They got down after sailing several months and days. They got down and studied the people of that place. That place was simply viewed as a botanical bay, a beautiful land, territory, with its rich vegetation, flora and fauna. People got down there and they were very happy to see that land and they wanted to enjoy the land. But Aboriginal people in 80,000 as a group came and attacked them. And immediately they put their hands up and said, "Sorry, we didn't come to occupy you. We came to share our lives with you." And Aboriginal is nothing but natives of the land, who were born in that land, who were brought up in that land, who have been living in that land. They are Aboriginal natives. In Indian context, we call them Dalits, Adivasis, Konta Pranta Vasulu, Adavi Pranta Vasulu, వాళ్ళని అంటాం ఆదివాసి. ఆదివాసి అనేది ఒక ఆక్వర్డ్ లేకపోతే వెనకబడినటువంటి క్లాసికల్ నేమ్ కాకుండా పోదది. They are well structured people. They have their own social structure. So these people joined them, introduced them, made friends with them, and the Aboriginal people are very innocent people. They gave very good hospitality to this foreign group, convicts. కానీ వాళ్ళలో దాగి ఉన్నటువంటి రక్తం, దొంగ రక్తం ఉందే, అది వాళ్ళు బయట పెట్టలేకుండా పోయారు. They didn't allow them to teach their own religious preachings. They didn't allow them to share their cultural traditions and all, because their traditions are very pure, Early in the morning, they get up, they go to the vegetation places, flora and fauna, trees, and then they pluck the flower, the fresh flowers or fresh fruits. They collect the nuts and they eat. They need not even clean them because they are already very clean. Understanding these cultures, these people could not control them all of a sudden overnight. And then, in the name of making friendship with them, they distributed a deadly diseased, contagious diseased bed sheets to them in the name of social organization. Dear Aboriginal people, you are without a shirt, without a sari, without a dress, without covering your skin. It's not good. We will give a very good dupatta for you, very good blanket for you. Cover them. Protect your body from hot sun and cold weather conditions. And you know the clothes they distributed, they collected those blankets from a deadly diseased people. ఆ రోజుల్లో మసూచికానికి మందు లేదు, చికెన్ ఫాక్స్కి మందు లేదు. ఇలాంటి జబ్బులు ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు వాడేటువంటి బెడ్షీట్స్ని తీసుకొచ్చి వీళ్ళకి ఇచ్చారు. Their intention is to kill the entire generation of the Aboriginal people at a time, overnight. అందరూ తీసుకోండి ఈ బెడ్షీట్స్, అందరూ వాడండి, 24 గంటల లోపల మీకు మీరే చచ్చిపోండి. మేము పెద్ద పెద్ద గోతులు తవ్వి మేము అందులో పడేస్తాము, తర్వాత మేము మాస్టర్స్ అవుతాం అన్నది వాళ్ళ ఉద్దేశం. ద హిడెన్ అజెండా. దే డిడ్ లైక్ దట్ అండ్ దే సక్సీడెడ్ ఇన్ ఎరాడికేటింగ్ a good number of 90% of the natives of that land. And you know why that land got to Australia? One of the governor generals who helped these 500 thieves to transport from the land of England at the time of Queen Victoria to the land of the Aboriginal land was Austria. From that day onwards, that land got the name Austria. Austria slowly became Australia. Austria became slowly Austria. And then the man who proceeded the same treacherous policy was Melbourne. So one of the cities acquired the name Melbourne. And then the same wicked legacy was followed by Sydney, and one of the cities in the present day Australia got the name Austria. See there? See how names are acquired through? How the names are acquired through? And that land with the treacherous blood group became the land of Australia. If you remember some 10 to 15 years back, the Prime Minister of Australia that time, Paul Keating, he extended an apology on behalf of the white people for eliminating majority of Aboriginal people. But it was a political stunt, an election stunt, but they could not. That's why you might be listening to this gun culture. Gun culture is not by the white people. It will be by the black people or slaves or what we called the natives. Why? Because they feel the land they are living belongs to them, not to the white people. Not to the white people. మన ఇండియాలో కూడా వైట్ పీపుల్ లేరు, కానీ వాళ్ళు వదిలి వెళ్ళినటువంటి ఈవిల్ స్ట్రాటజీస్ మన బ్లడ్లో ఇంకా ఉన్నాయి. ఓకే, కాబట్టి వాళ్ళని అలా చంపేసి ఎలిమినేట్ చేసేసారు. దే వర్ ఎలిమినేటెడ్. బట్ యు నో ద ట్విస్ట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ జనరేషన్? ద ట్విస్ట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ జనరేషన్ ఈస్ few leaders of the Aboriginal people, the natives of this people, after getting the name Australia, a name for a nation, young nation, they learned English. But they learned English for a need, but not to show their professionalism or their showy attitude towards the white people. They don't want to compare themselves to the white people. These people learned English. May I ask you a simple question? Why did natives of that land, aboriginals of that land, learned English? Anybody can answer, Amsa, your friends, second year, third year degree literature students? And dear guests, why did the people of that land learn English? There are 24 local languages. Noongar language is one of them, right? They are well happy with their language. They are communicative, their traditions are rich, their religious habits are so nice. Even then, they try to learn English language. Why? Yes, very good. They wanted to communicate the injustice they received from the white people to the public. Therefore, they went to international courts and argued. They went to international courts and argued, this land belongs to us, our people, natives. White people have to leave it. And you know how white people, a lawyer, argued back? He said there were no people in that land during the year 1657. There were no people. We went there and discovered the living place, and we gave the name Austria, and the land became Australia. The aboriginals are nothing to do with that. Aboriginal people were not there. They argued in the international courts, but they were defeated in the international court. Mundruru, a famous leader from them. If you remember, our educational minister, Mr. Lokesh, he visited recently Australia. And the NRIs of Australia, they conduct a meeting and they have a program sheet. In the program sheet, the first item of the agenda was prayer song. And the prayer song will be by one of the aboriginals. You do not know how aboriginal people render a prayer song. While one of the aboriginal men was rendering a prayer song, the educational minister Lokesh Garu was inattentive. He is sitting in the chair. But one who knows the practices of the aboriginal people went to Lokesh minister and alerted him to stand right politely, because prayer song is a song rendered to appeal to, invoke to God. Maybe education minister Narara Lokesh did that, was my knowledge is concerned. He did not understand his language. But they give utmost respect to prayer. So he was so attentive, then immediately adjusted himself, looked very systematically, and then participated in the song, participated in the prayer song. Okay. And after the prayer song, what shall we do? If I were the contributor of the prayer, I shall go to the minister. I will give a handshake. I will embrace him. I will praise him. I wish him that all the best to his visitation to Australia. But Aboriginal people will not praise or worship or eulogize or admire anybody unnecessary. He doesn't know him. Therefore, after the song, Lokesh sir went and talking too much to him, but he remained very silent. Then he just gave a handshake and came out of the platform. That was the manaki పొగడతల మయు పొగిడించుకోకుండా మనం దిగలే. Aboriginal people have that system of living the standard lives. They have a belief to the land. What was that? The white people who went to the international courts, they claimed there was a terra nullius. It's a Latin word, terra nullius. Terra nullius means, terra means territory, nullius means nothing. There were no people in this land. That's what they claim. But these people got and proved there was a land. These are the traces. We were there. Our customs are here. Our traditions are there. The religious practice were so and so and so and so. And they established and proved. From there onwards, they started their writing literature, telling about their rich culture, telling about their rich traditions, telling about their life traditions. They have a belief towards the land. You know the belief? ఆ బిలీఫ్ కానీ మన రాజకీయ నాయకులు కానీ అవలంబిస్తే ఒక్కడు కూడా ఒక్క సెంటు ల్యాండ్ అక్వైర్ చేయడానికి ఇష్టపడ్డా. ల్యాండ్ ఈజ్ ఫర్ యూ టు కల్టివేట్ అండ్ రీకల్టివేట్, నాట్ టు కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ ఏ బిల్డింగ్స్ అండ్ హ్యూజ్ బిల్డింగ్స్ ఇన్ ద నేమ్ ఆఫ్ వెల్ఫేర్ అండ్ అడ్వాన్స్మెంట్. భూమి నీకుంది, దానిని సాగు చేయటానికి, మరొకసారి సాగు చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళటానికి. గాడ్ ఈస్ గివెన్ ల్యాండ్ టు కల్టివేట్ అండ్ రీకల్టివేట్, బట్ నాట్ టు బ్రేక్ అండ్ మేక్ ఇట్ అన్కల్టివేటెడ్ ల్యాండ్ బై building huge constructive lands. What will happen when you construct a land that will become a fertile land thereafter? That is a structure. We call them, we modern people call them monument. Buildings are called monuments. For a welfare state, we need not monuments, we need welfare. Richest country is not the happiest country. All richest countries are not happiest countries. If we take USA today as the richest country, Trump faces several worries now. Even we do not have. So, Aboriginal literature talks about all these things. Assimilation policies means Aboriginal people are eliminated in the land of Australia by eliminating these people. Assimilation, by giving some government policies. And then violence and loss of life. By supplying, you know, one of the tricks, one trick is distributing contagious diseased bed sheets, blankets. You know the second strategy of the white people under the leadership of Queen Victoria? These people have the habit of collecting the nuts early in the morning. Before they go to the land, the white people visited that land and poured poison on the fruits. And when they consumed those fruits, the nuts, these people lose their life. Likewise, the second strategy they used. And the third painful, I will conclude, the third and painful strategy to eliminate these people. There is no wrong in eliminating the people. There is no wrong in rejecting the tradition of other people. There is no wrong in rejecting the religion of others. But you do it with a policy. You do it with a reason. You know, when a daughter is there in the lap of a mother, taking the milk from her breast, these people were taken away forcefully from them and then imported to the white land, to the land of Victoria. You know what happened, you know? The mother is feeling like very painful to leave her daughter. And you know the answer they give? There is a novel called Rabbit Proof Fence. You read it. There was a movie also, Rabbit Proof Fence. These children were forcefully taken away from the lap of their mothers and kept for a training, a kind of training in the fencing area. Fencing. Even a rabbit cannot escape from that fence. So these people were kept in that fence and given a kind of training. You will be given education, you will be given better clothes, you will be given better food, you will be given a better standard of life and all. But at the end of the day, all these children craved their mother, their parents, their land, but not these incentives, right? Likewise, this land talks about rich social problems, human issues, right? and then economic policies, political strategies, historical relevance, and so on. So you can read when you take up your research. This is the better area where you can study on, improve on. You can write papers also. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. K. Naresh Garu to come on to the dais and take your seat, sir. He is from Vijnana University. He is going to deliver a lecture on or talk on, present a paper on T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. Please give him a big round of applause. Dr. K. Naresh Garu.
This is fine. So, morning everyone. By the way, respected faculty members and dear students, morning everyone. I'm Dr. Naresh. I'm from Vignan. Just now your teacher has given you introduction about me actually. Right, so it is not going to be a lecture actually. There is a small paper which I'm going to present in front of you everyone. So the paper title is like this: 21st Century Approaches to Interdisciplinary Discourse Analysis in Literary Discourse. In fact, a comprehensive study of the T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. I thank Dr. Raju sir for presenting this much, elaborated paper or else a lecture. I'm going to use, some of the words from your teacher's presentation. Your teacher, in the introduction of his presentation, has used the word wasteland. Now my title is Wasteland. Okay, so wasteland is different from wasteland. This paper exactly presenting the present scenario of the whole world now. So how we are facing the struggles from the eastern part of worlds, wars. What happens here between Iran and America. So this is the abstract of my paper. I'm going to read it. Okay, could you please listen to it? Later, I'm going to introduce you some of the words. Okay, which your teacher already spoken, and after that, I'm going to explain them. What exactly those things, how it is related to the present society. So this paper particularly examines interdisciplinary because the research has moved from the traditional literary text to interdisciplinary. Now everyone is moving towards, because the people who are not doing the research or in literature, they're not getting the respect. So that is the reason why they're taking the topics from one form to the other form. So the literature has moved towards linguistic side, as well as other science backgrounds. So exactly after that, analysis and a methodological framework for interdisciplinary texts in the 21st century. So this particular poem was published in 1922, but see, we are almost in 2026. Still the poem needs to be the 21st century analysis. Nowadays, in the olden days, whenever we are doing any kind of analysis, we will follow strictly the traditional literary analysis, but now need to add the linguistic kind of things. I know that, okay, all the students who are here, the linguistic side, it is a new thing for the people, the words and other things, but still the research should be focused in the form of, through the linguistic side. So here, by integrating, that means T.S. Eliot poem, when we take it for the analysis, we can integrate these things with the linguistics, number one. Number two, cultural studies, psychoanalysis, and history and anthropology. Because this particular poem talks, or else we can take it, we can analysis in all these 5 forms. Right? So anyways, why I'm telling you this, the literature which has presented, now the condition of the society, slowly we are losing the relationships, what Raju has spoken about, because he has spoken about the aborigines and this and that. But the present people, okay, they're not giving the respect towards their parents as well as the neighbors, okay, who are near to them. Even, when we are in the campuses, we are not sure how to respect the people, how to build the relationships, right? So this particular paper, I'm gonna give you certain side headings, and after that, I'll explain you what are the exactly we are presenting in the paper. So why I've taken, okay, exactly at World War I actually. This paper particularly, after the post World War I, we all know what happens exactly at the time of World War I. The heaps of people, the dead bodies were there. Even till now, I'm not sure how many of you students have watched certain videos on World War I and World War II. If you take some videos on YouTube, you can find how the dead bodies are keep it in the hum of mountain size dead bodies were there. When we see that incident and we know that, okay, the pain will come automatically to our hearts. The present scenario is the same one. We have seen before month, one article, nearly 208 girl students died in the attack of Israel and America when it attacked Iran country. 208 girls died there itself. Got it now? Who are the reasons for this? That is the question. Okay? So in this case, the first one, if you take it away, so modernism versus crisis of representation. Yeah. In the form of modernization, you all know what we are doing exactly. Sometimes, we may get a doubt whether the old traditions are good or the present, the formations, present rules, okay, which are following are good. So it's up to you people, okay, how you're going to take that. So after that, see, this is the quote from the Wasteland poem, a heap of broken images. So the T.S. Eliot mentioned how the people are, dead bodies, in fact, not people, dead bodies kept on the floor or else on the earth. So in the heap of broken images, you all know that once we dead, it is almost equal to the broken image, right? That is intentional. So the same way at the time of COVID also, how the people are dead, even not dead to touch the dead bodies, even though they are relatives or else fathers and mothers of their own things actually. So that is the reason why he presented, and I've taken this one. Why don't I present this Wasteland paper again here? Okay. So after that, what I like from this poem is very simple. The poet has taken 4 languages to present his poem. Number 1, English. English was there, the country in the World War I. And number 2, German. You all know that, okay, the Hitler is the man behind it, the whole war. And after that, the French people also participated. And the last one with the Indians. Okay. In this particular poem, there's only one Sanskritized, word there at the end of the poem, that is Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Got it? So the writer wants to the whole world search for the peace. Got it? So this is the way we need to take the wasteland again into consideration. We need to do it in the form of 21st century discourse analysis, because need to have a discussion more on the wasteland. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Good morning, everyone, respected faculty, dear participants, and my beloved students. Good morning. I'll just take 5 minutes. I'll be so happy if you sit and support me. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I'm here to not just the students, even to all the individuals. The title of the paper is From Literary Discourse to Digital Game Discourse. My simple intention behind this is, all of us are aware of grammar, all of us are aware of the rules of each and every part. But the thing where we lack is we eradicate, or in order to help out you with the speaking skill, I just connected literary discourse with digital. Literary discourse is nothing but Actually, we used to read novels or poems. In that, if you have observed, very good furnished vocabulary will be there. If at all we are aware of those, and if at all we are aware of the grammar rules, and if at all we are aware of the situations around or the things happening around, we can speak properly. We can communicate properly. Communication is of two types. I think all of us are aware of that: verbal and non-verbal. The only thing which we keep in the mind is verbal communication matters a lot. But surely I can say that non-verbal communication also communicates. When your friends are moving, I just asked 5 minutes. They didn't even heard what I said. They have just seen me and two girls sat in their place. Might be their point is, okay, she's asking to wait for 5 minutes. No, why can't we? Our eye contact, our facial expression, our body language also communicates. You might not open your mouth and speak, but our body language also communicate what we are, what we want to convey, or what we are discussing. Now, my paper is, apart from this, I just want to add one more. Digital gaming. Are you aware of Kahoot? Yeah. Along with Kahoot, there is another app that is Udly. I have implemented this on my students and it worked out well. The only thing is Udly app, if you just open your Udly app, and if actually I have assigned a task to the students. After that, even students, they have done on their own. From Udly app, if we just record whatever we want to say, app itself will give the fluency percentage, accuracy percentage, the pronunciation or the vocabulary which we have used, whether it is good or whether there are any improvements to be added in our speech. So generally we think that we have to speak only in front of the audience. We have to share our opinions in front of the friends. No, you can even use your digital games, or you can use your gamification task in order to improve your speaking skill. And I promise, I have seen these results in my students. If at all you want to improve your speaking skill, I don't suggest that Udly app is 100% accurate one, but the thing is, there might be a chance of improving your or our speaking skill. Along with Kahoot, Udly app, and even one more is there, Slido, where in that also we assess some questions to the students, where students can share their opinions related to that topic. And I also wanted to speak about one more word, that is communicative competence. Generally, we feel like communication, already I shared that communication is of two types, that is verbal and non-verbal. There are two writers, they are Cannell and Swain. They have mentioned 4 competencies, that is grammatical competence, socio-linguistic competence, discourse competence, and strategic competence. Grammatical competence, already I have shared. We are aware of the rules. From our childhood, teachers used to say, learn 10 structures, learn the rules of active passive voice, learn the rules of changes from direct speech to indirect speech. It comes under grammatical competence. The second is socio-linguistic competence, which understands the social rules of language use. Though we know the rules, where should we use them? Where should we implement them? Take the example of active or passive voice. When we want to share our opinion, we use active. When we want to share our friends or others' matters, we include passive. So that is termed as socio-linguistic competence. The first is grammatical, where learning all the rules. The second is socio-linguistic, and the third is discourse competence. By seeing this on our title, we think that it is related to the literature. It is also related to interdisciplinary course. How can I say this is, if we want to communicate something, the first thing we need the grammar. We need language, that is English. Along with that, we also need few more factors in order to share our opinion. the ability to connect sentences and clauses in order to make our presentation, or in order to make our content in a perfect way, we have to use discourse competence. And the last is strategy competence, which I have already shared, that is related to verbal and non-verbal communication. So my only point from my talk is speaking skill can be improved. I mean, from literary discourse to digital discourse. Don't just concentrate only on the literary discourse. If at all you connect your speaking part with the games, with the help of games, for sure you and all of us can develop our speaking skill. Thank you for your patience listening. Now I invite Ms. Shilpa from Vignan University to present her paper.
Hello, we are ending up this session very soon. Please bear us with another 20 minutes. I invite Professor Anuda Madam from KL University and occupy the seat. She put up more than 24 years of service. Also request Praveen sir to come on to the dais and occupy the seat. Stone Babu, please arrange the chairs. Who will be the next presenter? Madam, please, you also come. May I know your name, madam? Shilpa madam. Shilpa madam, please. No, come, please. You have very good platform to express your views in the presence of other experienced people. I request you are the first speaker. Okay. And madam, my participants will present their papers. You just view them and finally you present your paper. Praveen sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raju sir. He very cordially invited me to be seated on the dais, but then these two ladies are our guests, and so I thought they should be there. And since I'm a ghost, I can be anywhere.
I'm sorry, I did not introduce him. He is D. Praveen sir, the senior colleague, one of the senior colleagues in the department, very well established and multi-talented, and one of the pillars of Andhra Loyola College English department. He's a creative writer, poet, drama writer, dramatist. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful words you have said about me. Friends, I am good at neither English nor music. But since I am deeply interested in both the areas, I just wanted to see if I could bring these two areas together just in order to produce and present a paper before you all, which is only a very humble attempt. I will just read out a few sentences here and there because of the paucity of time. The title of my paper is Recycling of General English Vocabulary into Specialized Music Theoretical Terms with reference to a scale in Western music by name Major Diatonic Scale. Let me first of all read out the abstract. English has gradually emerged as the principal language of international musicological discourse and pedagogy. Within this linguistic shift, a large proportion of technical music theoretical vocabulary is derived not from foreign languages, but from general English words that have been re-semanticized for musical use. This paper examines how familiar English terms such as scale, step, key, sign, tone, degree, and natural are repurposed as technical labels for the major diatonic scale in theory and classroom practice. By analyzing textbook definitions, lesson plan language, and common pedagogical formulations, the study argues that these lexical borrowings function as a cognitive framework that shapes how students conceptualize tonal structure. The paper concludes by reflecting on the implications of this lexical economy for multilingual music theory instruction and for the global transmission of Western tonal ideology through English. And here are a few words, supposed to be keywords, which I have used repeatedly in my paper. Musicology, English as a lingua franca, major diatonic scale, lexical borrowing, music terminology, general English vocabulary, English medium pedagogy, and so on. Musicology today operates largely in English, and a significant portion of its technical vocabulary is drawn from general English words rather than from foreign languages such as Italian, German, or Latin. Many of the core terms used to describe the major diatonic scale, words like scale, step, key, sign, tone, degree, and natural, are ordinary English lexemes that have acquired very specific bounded meanings within music theory. This paper focuses on the general English vocabulary that has been converted into music theoretical terminology for the major diatonic scale. Major diatonic scale, if there are any musicians or people who know the theory of music, in our Carnatic music, it's called Shankarabharanam. Shankarabharanam. That's what is called major diatonic scale in Western music. Instead of treating these terms as self-evident labels, the discussion analyzes how their semantic shift from everyday usage to technical usage shapes perception, memory, and pedagogy. By foregrounding this lexical layer, the paper brings into view how English not only names the major diatonic scale, but also constructs the cognitive framework in which it is understood and taught. And then I went on to explain how a few words like step, key, sign, and tone are used in musicology with a particular meaning. As I have already said, they are rather re-semanticized. Their meanings are entirely different when they are used in musicology. And then I have also explained the words major and diatonic, scale. Scale in our language is raga. Usually in general English, if you take it as a word in general English, it's an instrument to measure scale. But that's not what it means in musicology. And then I have also said words like key signature, sign, they all have different meanings in musicology. Okay, key is a tool which we use to unlock, right, or lock. But here in music, it's a different thing altogether. Key in our own Carnatic music is called shruti. Shruti. Key, or the other word is pitch. Pitch, right? And in cricket, as you know, the word pitch means something else, entirely different. Entirely different. So that's how general English words are being recycled into different areas of knowledge. I think I need not go deeper into the paper because this is something very different from the normal kind of papers presented, because it has got something to do with musicology. Unless we know something about music, especially Western music, we may not find it much interesting. But this is only out of my interest that I have drafted the paper. Now I am coming to the conclusion part. The vocabulary used to describe the major diatonic scale in English is not an arbitrary list of technical terms. It is largely a recycling of general English vocabulary into a highly specific music theoretical register. Words such as scale, step, key, sign, tone, and degree continue to look and feel familiar. The words are familiar, right? If you take them as words in general English, the way we use them in our day-to-day conversation. But then once they are in musicology, they mean entirely different. Even as they are semantically constrained to denote intervallic patterns, tonal centrality, and notational conventions that are historically and culturally specific to Western tonality. By foregrounding this lexical dynamic, the paper shows how English in musicology functions not only as a vehicular language, but also as a conceptual architect of the major diatonic scale. The reuse of everyday English words in specialized roles smooths the learning curve while simultaneously naturalizing the major diatonic scale as the default normal form of musical organization. A more explicit, critical, and linguistically sensitive pedagogy could help students see through this lexical seamlessness and recognize that the tonal world of the major diatonic scale is, at least in part, a lexical construction in English rather than an inevitable musical truth. With that, I conclude. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Shilpa as a research scholar in Vignan University. Here I am presenting a paper on assessment literacy. So when we listen about assessment, first in our mind will comes about exams, results, and grading system, everything. So I want to go into depth how students will think about assessments and how to consider their points into the paper. So my research paper is on assessment literacy as academic discourse, student perspective on flexible and authentic assessment in 21st century higher education. So first I want to go about assessment literacy. Assessment literacy is referred ability to understand, interpret, and use assessment effectively. So when we want assessment to be done, we should take consideration of the students also, how they feel about the assessment. Does they impact the students really? Does they enhance the learning, everything? And when we want to go for assessment literacy, first it is about students' assessment literacy. So students' literacy will comes under knowledge, skills, and attitude towards assessment literacy. It reflects how students understand assessment critically, how they respond to the feedback, and how they use assessment to improve their learning. For example, if a student get a feedback, they have to understand the feedback properly, and they have to improve the feedback in such a way they can enhance their learning process. If the student does only see the grades and does not concentrate on the feedback, the assessment is lost rate. So we have to understand student assessment literacy so that they can enhance their learning and they can improve their process. In the same way, not only students are important, when the student process is going on, teachers are in a such a way that they have to understand the student's process, how they're able to get the feedback, and so teachers has to give the constructive feedback so that they can enhance the student's learning process. We should not only concentrate on implementing, we have to go on what is a clear, fair assessment. So when the student as well as teachers communicating is done, they can improve the process of assessment. So we should take the consideration of such a process. They have to implement every rule and regulation properly, and they have to enhance it. So when we are going for assessment process, there are different types of categories we had undertaken. Authentic assessment, which really gives real world applications and practical applications. So when students are given real world application, they can know what they have to do, and they get the feedback in such a way that they can enhance real world applications. The next one is flexible assessment, where the student can present their assessment not only in the written work, they can also present their in PPT presentations, or they can give a paper presentation or digital discourses also. So by giving the digital discourses, they get the instant feedback. Through instant feedback, the student have the knowledge, what they have done the mistakes and how they have done the mistakes. So they can rectify the mistakes and enhance the learning process. So through this process, the students can develop their learning process and they can be responsible for their development. If you are only just seeing grades, only and judging on the grades, the students feel very stressed and they can't perform very well. And also because of continuous assessments, the students are feeling very stressed as they're not able to get the deeper understanding on the basis of the assessment. So when we are doing assessments, we have to take the consideration of the students also. Does they really impact the students? They are able to encourage in the assessment, and they are able to inculcate whatever the learning in the assessments. So I have taken EC students and as well as computer science students in my consideration, and I have given a questionnaire to the students and given the analysis. So I have taken the 4 types of questionnaires in that one: understanding assessment criteria and norms, feedback utilization, engagement in learning, and the continuous assessment. So in that 85 students of the are boys and 85 are girls. So 75% of the boys felt it was very stressed. They are only able to acknowledge on only the learning of the grades, not on the deep learning. So they are feeling stressed because of the continuous assessment. So we have to give such assessments that real world application is done. So I just want to conclude this one. So when we are going any assessment, teacher has to think one main important, does really whatever assessments we are giving, students are gaining the knowledge in the button, or only they are just checking for the marks. If you are not able to provide the proper assessment, it is a waste for the students. So we think in such a way, teachers also should think in such a way that it should enhance the learning of the students. So this study highlights effective assessments, beginning with understanding students' perspective. Student assessment literacy is not just an additional concept. It is central to design authentic, flexible, and meaningful assessment practices. In the context of discourse analysis, assessment becomes more than evaluation. It becomes a speech of interaction, interpretation, and meaning making. As educators, we must move beyond seeing assessment as a tool for grading and start viewing it as a process that fosters dialogue, reflection, and deep learning. So let me end my thought. Assessment should be a checkpoint for grading, but a bridge for the meaningful learning. So I think as we teachers or as educators, we will look into this one and just make the changes for the proper assessment for students. Thank you for this.
Presentation. So madam has given very clearly about insight about different types of assessment, how we can implement that to the students. Yes, that was very good, ma'am. I'm so happy about it.
respected faculty members, and my dear friends. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bee Nandini, MA English Literature student from Vignan University. My I'm here to present a paper on behalf of my teacher, Dr. Shravan Jyoti, and on my personal behalf. My title is Film Adaptation of Nigerian Women's Writing in Contemporary Multidisciplinary Discourse. First, I'll read the abstract, then I'll discuss about this topic. The rising interference between literature and film has considerably improved the global prominence of African narratives, mainly those authorized by Nigerian women. This paper studies the film version of Nigerian women's writing within the boundary of a contemporary multidisciplinary discourse, concentrating on works by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and other noteworthy female writers. Amid the most distinguished is Half of a Yellow Sun, 2013, adapted from Adichie's novel, along with evolving adaptation efforts, such as On Monday of Last Week, From the Thing Around Your Neck. Overall, less than 10 popular movies can be linked to modern Nigerian women's literary texts, underlying the certain nature of adaptation. Actually, this paper is talking about the Nigerian women's writings and film adaptations. Their writings are have a strong literary terms. Their feelings, emotions, thoughts, they were textured very deeply. But coming to film adaptations, it's not easier. You can show the deep thoughts and emotions in an entire 3 hours movie. So, but those only few novels are film adapted by, only 10, but those films and novels are very useful to as a student like me, as a person, because they were all talking about economics, politics, and feminism, the struggles of their lives and all. So if it is adapted by film, it reaches to everyone. So we can get motivated by those films, because in novels, the book reading is having a habit of only few people. Everyone is not having interest to reading a book, but a film everyone will watch it, and they were very popularized, and they will get hit. So that's why I'm choosing this topic. A novel can adapted by a film, it will be more get hit. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kirti. I'm from Vignan University, pursuing second MA. I'm here to publish a paper. Like my title of the paper is Social Realism and Feminist Consequences in the Novel of Jane Austen. You may think that why she is only discussing about Jane Austen, because in our second semester we deal with Emma, the novel, and then I was encouraged to read her novels and some texts regarding her. That pushes me to do this paper, and even our faculty supported me a lot. Thank you, sir. And my abstract is about this paper examines the works of Jane Austen as reflection of social realism and early feminists through the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Austen novels, particularly Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility, and Emma, presents a detailed portrayal of English society, focusing on class structure, marriage, morality, and women's roles. As we know that in early days, women are treated somewhat less compared to men, because they are not even educated. They are only prior to do this household works or something. And the study explores how Austen uses irony, characterization, and narrative techniques to critique the limitations imposed on women, whilst doubly advocating of independence, rationality, and self-awareness. She uses irony and characterization in a wonderful way. We can even see that character for which character she's going to give which role and for what they're presenting. Everything is about depending on the character and their dialogues. Further, I'm going to conclude that further the paper highlights Austen's contribution to the development of the novels as a literary forms, emphasizing her realistic depiction of everyday life and social interactions. Thank you.
So that was a very good paper presentation. And the first, she was telling about what are the difficulties you face when you are bringing it into the form of a novel and when you are bringing it in the form of a film. It's something, a tough task. Yes. I'm happy that you have analyzed what's the difference between these two. Yes, right. And the second one, you have focused particular on Jane Austen's work. Yes, I'm happy about it. And it took me, when you told about Emma, it took me back, long back. So good. It was good. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. When they are writing, they can understand what mistake they have done, and either grammatical mistake or sentence-wise or any new vocabulary to be added. So all those changes will be done through AI. And through video also, if a student is doing presentation, he can upload his video in an app. In that app, he can understand. Either he has to improve his confidence level, or his speaking, or the choice of vocabulary, etc. So this is what I have focused on. And only thing is, like, we have to be little bit, very comfortable with learning these apps. So that is my paper all about. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much, madam. Very brief and reflective yet. Any questions to be asked on AI? Lot was discussed on AI yesterday and today. But I would like to tell one thing from her. Any other similar? Anybody? Vignan University is looking at me, how back you are. Students of Hamsa, Yamini, Anisha, Tanishka, Saukya, I know them by name. Khyati, brothers, NSM brother, anybody would like to? give mic to Rangababu sir. He will express his views. Things happened yesterday and today. Nitin, brother Nitin, do you have any presentation? Then Reddy, Vijay, Stone Babu is escaping. He is Stone Babu. I told them all to prepare for a presentation and come, but nobody is coming. Even in your own syllabi, you may come and talk. Dilisa, you have something to say? At least a complaint? Food is not good? Madam, you have any observations to make? Enough. Oh, okay, thank you, madam. I request to join the audience. At 2 o'clock around, we have a talk from Amen, and then immediately it will be followed by a valedictory sanction. Okay. Our young guests from Vignan University, you have anything further to be added here? Please, feel free to express. తర్వాత రంగబాబు సార్.
So, good afternoon once again, everyone. After lunch, it is a difficult hour to listen to the people. I know that, okay? But still, it's not something else. It is just my feedback. It's not feedback, in fact, okay? It's my experience. What I had with the Andhra Loyola College last 10 years ago and what is the present one. So exactly, I was here 10 years ago in the same auditorium or at some other place when I was presented my paper. And by the time I was Mr. Naresh, but after 10 years, I'm Dr. Naresh. I stand before you, everyone. And so what I'm trying to tell you, it's not only you people. Wherever you go, the students are the same. They'll never come forward. And other thing, when we are on the stage, it is difficult to speak in front of the crowd. But when we are in the crowd, it is very easy to talk. So I've been observing, noticing this from my friends and my students who are there in Vignan. And previously I worked in Central Staff AP, working as an assistant professor, guest faculty, come assistant professor. We had different kinds of students, different states. And in Vignan now, we have international students also. So I've got every time the same feedback. I'll tell you one example. The Andhra students or else the Indian students or take a step back to speak in front of the crowd. But the Zimbabweans are really good, next level. If you ask them to speak something or present something, they'll rock the show, they'll kill the stage. But I'm not sure how about Andhra Loyola College students. But at least you have seen my students. They've come here, they're prepared here, and they've presented something in front of you. It's clear? So what I'm trying to tell you, it's very simple to talk in front of the crowd, but the only problem is with the phrases and words. We've been learning English since our childhood, but till now, we are not speaking anything in front of the crowd. I'm ready to mingle with my friends, who are boys here, and we can enjoy, there's no doubt. If I'm there in the crowd, what are the words you are, this morning, the speaker, by the time we entered into the hall, the speaker was talking about the language and he has used some Telugu phrases. If you remember, he said one word that is filthy language. What he said, akka, amma, all these things, In fact, I'm a very good speaker of Telugu, as well. And I developed my own English to speak in front of the crowd to attract the students. When I'm the crowd, I said just now, I can use the Telugu better than you people, what you're talking there. Particularly who are my friends in the classes also, the last benches. Some of my students are here, just ask them the experience of their, of them in my classes. Always the last bench students are completely ignored by the teachers. The reason is very simple. The teachers thought about the students who are sitting in the last, the waste fellows of the class, or else the dullers of the class. But I'm very happy Andhra Loyola College is giving the best training to the students, as well as encouraging them towards the literary activities and this one. Right? So I'm very happy. I missed yesterday's, I missed yesterday's sessions. And today morning, okay, we have missed one great lecture. 70% of the lecture we have missed, but the last 30% was really good one. Actually, we've enjoyed a lot. And I thank, the complete faculty members of Andhra Loyola College, as well as especially my thanks with Dr. B.V. Raju sir, because he was the man, okay, when I was a student, a PhD student and PG student in Yogaman University, followed by scholar in JNT University. I was calling him, actually I came here thrice to present my papers. But when I was in a student age, and after that, okay, I become assistant professor now. Even I just joined to Andhra Loyola College. I'm telling you frankly, it's been 10 years gap of my presentations on the stages. So last 10 years, I was busy with the publications of papers. But again, I restarted my life presenting on the stages with the Andhra Loyola College again. Thank you very much for the Loyola College, and special thanks with the B.V. Raju sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Srinivas Rao garu will make an announcement. Please.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Srinivas, Vignan University. So we are very much thankful to the Andhra Loyola College for inviting us, for giving us an opportunity to be part of this wonderful two-day international seminar, particularly on multidisciplinary approaches. Sir, really we are thankful to the Department of English, Andhra Loyola College. Thank you, sir. So here, sir has given me an opportunity to talk about 2 minutes about my university, particularly the Department of English, other Indian and foreign languages. So we are offering 2 years MA English program as well as research program. So the Department of English in Vignan University is entirely different comparatively other programs. You're all students of literature. You know how literature transforms our life. Literature helps us to be a strong person. In this context, the Department of English, Vignan University, is having around 30 doctorate faculty, around 45 full-time research scholars offering their services for the PG program. So, Vignan University is having different approaches in literature. Being a student of literature, you know how the contemporary fields like literary theory, linguistics, cultural studies, the post-colonial studies, particularly regional literatures like Dalit literature, identity literatures like feminist literature, these are all, we are having independent schools. If you have come across any particular field, like a term like post-colonial areas, even though it is a common term, post-colonial, but it helps us a lot. In what way we are going to trace the post-colonial elements to our contemporary life in an application method the department is dealing. Application in the sense, for example, the scenario of how colonial conditions were. At the same time, post-colonial conditions. The one statement I'd like to mention here. What do you mean by post-colonial? Some of them are very much comfortable, the terms colonial, post-colonial. Recently, even some of the speakers discussed about contemporary scenario, how world wars are operating. The post-colonial, in the sense, post-independence, we got independence. So we are unable to catch the fruits of independence. So in 1970s and 80s, the term has become popular and people started rethinking about their colonial legacy. It is this kind of issues we are having independent sections we are dealing. So this is about course structure. As you know, these are all the papers in our department. And the second point, my university is providing certifications like Cambridge certification. Along with your post-graduation certificate, you have Cambridge PET certificate in the first year. University is providing free of cost. In outside, we need to pay 5,000 rupees for exam, but we are not charging anything. The second year, you can write lingua skills examination. This is also free of cost. University is paying around 10,000 rupees for examination fee. So if you have Cambridge certification like this, you'll get good opportunities outside the market in corporate world. So that is related to certification. And second point, university is providing scholarships. After completion of your first year, second year for every student, we are providing 6,000 rupees scholarship. So with this scholarship, you can continue your studies. So if you are having skill, if you are able to do things properly, you will get a PhD admission also along with your MA English course. During your PhD program, university will provide 32,000 rupees per month. Imagine you can try any course, even you can do a lot of things even after your BA literature. But if you are comfortable, if you are anyone interested, you can suggest, you can get a PG admission. With this, during your PG program, you get 6,000 rupees internship fellowship. In your PhD program, you'll get 32,000 rupees fellowship. If you are able to get even JRF and NET examination, you are already familiar with the examinations. So we will be here. If anything is required, Dr. Naresh sir will be there. He is an advisor for this program. Lydia madam and Shilpa madam also will help you. Anything is required, feel free, talk to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Raju sir, thank you very much for everyone for patiently. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving a wonderful offer to students. Those who are interested, you may approach. I request all first, second, and third year English literature students to stand for a while, please. Literature students, first, second, and third year. Stone Babu, please go out and invite the other students also to get into the hall. Please come forward. All of you, please come forward. Girls, I request you to sit in the front rows, and the boys in the front rows. I shall assign you what to do after 5 minutes. Please sit in the front rows. Boys in the front rows, first, second, and third, fourth, fifth rows. You're all illustrious officials. Okay. Then you may understand very soon why I invited you to the front rows. I'll be happy if Hamsa, the remaining second, third year students come inside. Meanwhile, the proceedings of the seminar is incomplete without listening to Professor Rangababu sir. I request Rangababu sir to share his views I thought of presenting a paper from him. It is up to him either to present the paper or to give his impressions, so that we can cut short the schedule of our what we called valedictory function. So no exception to Rangababu sir also. Then how could be an exception to you? Shall I give mic to you? Yes. Listen to Rangababu sir.
Good afternoon to you all. Every day we interact with, every day I interact with the students. You know, I don't want to bore them. And one more thing is, I don't have anything to share with. There are many speakers who have already contributed their best, and they have been listening to the resource persons and other professors on the topic. Therefore, I personally feel that I don't have much to say anything with regard to this. The program has been going on well. The program has been going on well, and I think the students of English literature and language have got benefited by this seminar on that some of you have had some confusion with regard to the terms interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. And I feel that you need to have some clarity on that. What is interdisciplinary? Interdisciplinary means, you know, you, for example, I'll give you no theoretical explanation. You make a recipe, what do? Your ultimate aim is to make a recipe. You add different ingredients to prepare a wonderful and tasty recipe. Similarly, experts from different disciplines work together on the same topic. That is interdisciplinary. Multidisciplinary. What is multidisciplinary? Each expert from each discipline works independently.
Want to present?
Presents independently on the topic. Another example for that is, have you, how many of you like fruit salad? I'm sure every one of us likes fruit salad. it is true that technology is able to make things better than human beings. There is no doubt about it. However, each has its own value. A machine or a technological device thinks in its own way. It is also programmed by somebody. Therefore, though the value has gone down and its importance is diminishing in the context of digitalization, globalization, we need to invent different approaches, especially in the present century, to guard our own identity. Especially the faculty of English have to keep working on innovative practices, reflective practices in teaching English language, having new approaches. We have to integrate technology and blend technology in our teaching and in our day-to-day classroom practices. In this context, the department has felt that our students and also the participants need to have some exposure to this interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary discourse analysis. And how many of you have an idea on discourse analysis? Discourse analysis is actually a research method. It studies written, spoken, or sign language. This method analyzes how language forms meaning, how language forms meaning in social context and in power relations. It examines language use beyond the sentence to interpret communication. I'm sure some students here who have studied linguistics have an idea on Noam Chomsky's concept of the signifier and the signified. Signifier means the word, the sound, or the image. When I say dog, brother, you stand up. Stephen, I said dog. What's the image you have got in your mind? Which type of dog? Brother, yourself? Dog. Oh, yeah, color. Yes, at least tell me the color. Brown color. Yourself? What type of dog you conceived the moment I utter the word dog? A puppy, small puppy. Okay, good, sit down. Please be seated. See, signifier means the word. I have uttered a word. What is it? Dog. One student formed an idea of a puppy the moment he heard the dog. Another student perceived that a dog means a huge dog, brown colored dog. Alsatian dog, each of you forms a different concept. Each of you gets a different idea. See, the word is the same. So the concept, the meaning, the idea you got when you heard the word, that is signified. Got it? So, human communication is very difficult to interpret. Interpretation is always a difficult thing. Understanding knowledge is produced and communicated through discourse analysis. That's the main purpose of discourse analysis. How knowledge is produced, you make an analysis. How knowledge is communicated, you make an analysis. So discourse analysis mainly aims at uncovering the unspoken, underlying assumptions in discourse. It also examines how language is used to maintain power. So, thus there is a correlation between the signifier and the signified. This determines the meaning. It's the world as it exists before the mediation of language. The true, the real, truly the real can be grasped or engaged with. Most of us study novels, most of us study plays, most of us study characters in our day-to-day classes, in our routine classes. But without knowing all this, we indulge in making a discourse analysis in different areas in the studies, especially in the firmament of literature. So I think I have just thrown a little light on the relevance of the topic of the seminar by giving you just a few examples. We can thus continue discussing it. And here, most of the time, we use psychoanalysis. You all know about Sigmund Freud's theory, id, ego, superego, and what's her name? From Yale University. Madam from Yale University, Madam, sorry, name. Madam knows these things because Madam has taught for quite some time linguistics. So this is an area especially related to linguistics also. I think to understand all these aspects, one needs to have some background in linguistics. Without the knowledge of linguistics, you just can't even think of a discourse analysis in any area, especially when it comes to literature. Thus, the department happened to take up this theme as it is quite relevant to the present day needs of the students and the faculty to explore and to research in this particular realm. So this is what I would like to share with you with regard to the multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary discourse analysis in literary studies. As you all know, that language and literature are social, interactive, and conversational rather than static. Novel is the supreme genre because it hosts multiple voices and perceptives, what you call polyphony. Meanings are in people, not in words. Contexts and social situations impact perceived meanings. So, on the basis of these principles, every analyst works on exploring what each character in a novel or in any genre is exactly communicating. In reality, as many literary critics have felt, nobody is able to interpret exactly as a particular character thinks. My professor, Professor Rangan, used to tell me one thing. R.K. Narayan has never allowed his scholars to approach him directly. Do you know the reason why? When scholars approached him for primary data, he would request them not to approach him again. He has never revealed any ideas of his directly to them. He has never shared anything with them. He used to send them back on one reason. He has already read a few of the theses and research papers presented by hundreds of scholars on his works. He got fed up with them. He requested them not to approach him because he has never written his stories, novels, and his short stories as these research scholars have interpreted or analyzed. Understood? So sometimes we go far beyond what actually the author has in his mind in making an analysis on the topic you have taken up for your research. So this is the fact, this is the truth. Hence, we should always feel humble and accept the fact that our research is sometimes not relevant. When it comes to the question of relevance, we need to question ourselves whether it is truly relevant or irrelevant. So, before I conclude, I would like to once again lay an emphasis on the fact that the explosion of newer technologies is making the role of a teacher smaller and smaller. A day may come soon that there may not be a need for a teacher at all. Though people say machines cannot do things like humans, machines have no emotional attachment, machines have no feelings, machines have no creativity as humans have. Who knows? In future, we may get better technologies than these. Who knows? Machines may also be able to think in a much better way than human beings. Therefore, science and technology always gives us a caution to know our own limitations. Therefore, I feel that one should not feel that he has acquired so much knowledge and achieved so many things in his career. Technology making us dwarfish. We are always simply dwarfs before this technological explosion. So, with these few words, I would conclude my observations on the topic of this seminar. I hope I have made some relevant observations on this. So it's up to you to decide how far this is relevant to the present day requirements of the teachers and the students. So thank you, all of you, thank you. Now I request some of my students to reflect on what I have shared with them. Brother Stephen. Here is the mic.
So, respected faculty members and my dear students, Sir has given a very comprehensive picture of all what happened yesterday and also today. And it's really, a key takeaway that Sir has been focusing is students, you'll have to think, view literature from different perspectives and see how it is relevant to you today, especially when ICT tools and digital technologies have emerged. What is your role going to be as literature students? How relevant is your role going to be as students of literature, using AI and still making a fine balance between the traditional methodologies or pedagogies and also the emerged ICT tools. So, Sir also has, very beautifully put it that by giving the example of a fruit salad, so you also need to inculcate multidisciplinary perspectives, my dear students. It's just like a bowl of fruit salad where you have the colors, of, the salad made of different fruits, which look very, very colorful. At the same time, each one has, each fruit, each piece gives you a very relishing, taste and also the unique taste. So that is how you should also start thinking and be unique in your approach, in your perspectives to literary studies. Once again, it's a trumpet call to all of us to, reflect very deeply. And as students of literature, it is our responsibility to create social awareness, through the novels, through different genres of literature, that we learn, particularly students who hail from literature background. So let's see how these stories, how poems, how short stories and, plays also help us, how those characters, the setting, the plot, how they also help us to analyze and correlate, to the lifestyle, to the emerging lifestyle, to the skills, to the, society, and of course to our individual identity. So with this, I conclude and thank you, Rangababu sir.
Thank you, madam. Students, here is a good news for you. There is only one speaker. Okay, he is speaking from Yemen. I don't know how far the technical technicalities will help us. After that, we give certificates and send the participants away. There is no valedictory function, right? Yes. I request.
Sir, shall I start?
Mic test. 1, 2, 3. No, this is fine. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to everyone who is in the meeting. Can anyone please confirm me if you could hear my voice audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Sir, you are very much audible. Shall we continue the program, sir?
Once again, a very good afternoon. Can anyone confirm if you are able to hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Press space bar to unmute your mic. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
మెసేజ్ పెట్టండి ఒక 5 నిమిషాలు ఆగండి. పంపించాను చూడండి. పంపించాను. Are we audible, sir?
Very good afternoon. Yes. Very much audible. What about me? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are very much audible, sir. I request Ms. Kagarbi
Thank you very
madam
much.
to introduce Professor Lakshmikanta Rao garu.
Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon. It's my great privilege and honor to introduce a distinguished academician and an inspiring educator, Dr. Lakshmi Kanta Rao Garakapati, Professor of English. Dr. Garakapati is a dynamic ESL teacher with an impressive experience of 28 years in the field of English language teaching. His career reflects not just longevity, but excellence and dedication to enhance student proficiency through innovative and learner-centered methodologies. Currently serving as a professor of English at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Nizwa, Oman, he has made significant contributions to academics at both national and international levels. His academic journey in India includes key roles such as Senior Associate Professor at KL University and leadership positions like Principal and Vice Principal at Sri Kakatiya Educational Institutions in Vijayawada. Dr. Garakapati is known for his expertise in language immersion techniques and his ability to create engaging, interactive, and supporting learning environments. His teaching philosophy emphasizes not only language acquisition, but also cultural understanding, making learning both meaningful and transformative. He holds a PhD degree from Central University, Allahabad, along with master's and bachelor's degree in English literature, reflecting his strong academic foundation. What truly sets him apart is his commitment to personalized feedback and his passion for nurturing students across diverse backgrounds, from elementary learners to university scholars. Today, we are truly fortunate, sir, to have with us all to such a remarkable educator whose journey is both inspiring and enlightening. And I thank Raju sir and the Department of English for giving me this wonderful opportunity of introducing Dr. Garakapati Garu. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Kadarbi, madam, for introducing Andhra Garu, Professor Kadarbi. You may commence the talk, sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon. Namaskar. Salam alaikum. I bring fraternal greetings and wishes and blessings from the shores of the Sultanate of Oman. At the very outset, I'm very happy to be a part of this esteemed organization. Andhra Loyola College, Vijayawada sends memories back to the past, threads woven in gold. And today I'm very happy. I have some goosebumps all over me as I speak these few words to be a part of this hallowed organization. And to put it very briefly, I am a native of Vijayawada. And born and bred in Vijayawada, I have always been a very good fascinator and admirer of Andhra Loyola College, but unfortunately, I did not have the chance to be a part of the hallowed presence of Andhra Loyola College. But then this has been a very good opportunity for me to be here. So at the very outset, let me lay down my sincere thanks and appreciation to the esteemed organization, to the Department of English, and to the Reverend Fathers, the dignitaries, my co-resource persons, to each and everyone who has been a part of this international seminar, which is in the last leg of its session. And I think I'm going to be a part of this session for the next few hours. Thank you very much once again. So where do we start? When I look at the gathering of the students, the scholars, the eminent guests, and the dignitaries, I think the Indian Standard Time tells me that we are into a post-lunch session, and all of you might have had a very good feast of a lunch. And when I speak about lunch, have we had a lunch with only one diet and one dish? Definitely not. Our lunch is enjoyable only if we have a couple of dishes to add flavor to our palate. The same is the case, to put it in a nutshell, about the seminar that is being conducted today. Let us look at the title. Our approach to interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary discourse analysis in literary discourses. So we have a lot of words which speak about interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and the discourse analysis of literary discourse. And we are in the 21st century, and we are trying to understand what actually is happening and how we are trying to understand and provide a perspective about the things that we learn in our everyday life, which are a part of our curriculum, an integrated part of our syllabi. Is our approach correct? What are we doing? Can we add some spices to make it more appealing, attractive? So let us try to understand this one. And I have a small PPT for you, and I think it will take not less than some 30 to 35 minutes. And I'll just make you go through this one. Very quick and easy. I'll be sharing my screen with the permission of the chair. So give me a minute before I share my screen. Yes. I hope you are able to have a glimpse of my screen. Can anyone please confirm if you are able to see my PPT? Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. The first slide, as you all know, with that we have read much for the last 2 days. 21st century approach to disciplinary and multidisciplinary discourse analysis and literary studies. Now, I would like to introduce you to the title and the depth of my topic for the next 35 to 40 minutes. Literary discourse in India, the wrongfully right course. So, how does it look? It looks a little bit weird, strange, crazy. What is wrongfully right? And how are we going to do this course? Before I start anything, I would like to say I'm Dr. Lakshmikanta Rao Garagapati, Professor of English at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Nizwa, in the Sultanate of Oman. And having been an English teacher for the last 31 years, I would like to say that my perception of English works has been entirely different. And this is what I'm going to present myself in the next 30 minutes. The wrongfully right. So something is wrong, but at the same time it is right. And it is on the correct way. We are not doing nothing wrong, even in the 21st century, even in the digital world, even when the world has become a global village. Our approach to the literary discourse in India is very much on the right path and on the correct path. We are not wrongful. We are wrongfully right in our correct course. And how is it that so? Yes. I have a picture on my slide, a collage of the same person. If you could look at the collage very carefully and closely, you'll find a collage of 6 pictures. The first of the picture says that the person is an economist looking at some papers. The second one is a politician trying to drive home some point. And the third one is a lover. The fourth one is a scientist. The background tells very much that he is in the lab. And the fourth one is, a person who is, just give me a minute. And the next one is a rebel. Okay, so what are these? Who are these? What am I trying to tell you? As I told you, I've been an English teacher for the last 31 years, and Shakespeare has been ingrained into my mind, my words, and my blood, my food, and my thoughts. So here I am presenting to the audience Prince Hamlet, Hamlet, the Prince of Denmark. Oh my goodness, can Prince Hamlet look like this? Prince Hamlet is defined, designed, and described by many scholars in a different way. But how come Dr. Lakshmikanta Rao is presenting Prince Hamlet in different shades, 6 shades? This is what I'm going to build upon on my delivery for the next few minutes. See, the person who as an economist who has an economy background, tries to understand Prince Hamlet as an economist. And that is why we have this interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary thing being woven into a Shakespearean play of Hamlet. A politician, when Hamlet speaks about the many schemings of his court and the many schemings of the courtesans and the courtiers, we think of Hamlet as a politician, a teacher who has some political lineage or political active. The person put a political theme into the presentation of Hamlet. And a person who is a lover or a romantic at heart, their person looks only as Hamlet as a jilted and jaded lover. And the one who is a bit of a scientist, they would look upon Hamlet as a scientist who is trying to find out new ways to counter various measures and various things that has come upon in his kingdom. And if the person is a rebel, how he is rebelling against, how rude he is to Ophelia. And I could not put more pictures. How is it about a psychiatrist? How does a psychiatrist present a Hamlet? How does a historian present Hamlet? How does somebody else present a Hamlet? These are different types of things that we are going to address in our things. So the abstract of my talk is today's literary analysis, any work of literature is definitely interdisciplinary. You cannot separate the grains from the chaff. Today they are part of it. Chaff is also an important ingredient. Doctors say chaff is also a contributory aspect of protein. So you cannot define and divide and separate literary analysis from the other disciplines. Because one lens is boring. Imagine a person wearing only one spectacle to his eye, which has a short of sight. The person looks odd. The same is the case here. We need two lenses. Even if the other eye does not have any shortage of sight, we need two lenses. So one lens is always boring, and that is why we are looking at every work, every presentation, every discourse in two ways. And these two ways are not just two by number, not dual by number, not double by number, but they are myriad, they are multi, and they are interwoven, they are interdisciplined. And today we have a mixture of linguistics, sociology, and mostly the digital tools which we are doing in our present situation. Thanks to AI, today everything has become handy. And we are presenting our works, our teaching, our presentations in a very, very appealing and in a very small, scholarly, smoothy way, very delicious, appealing to the palate of the senses, a palate of the emotions. And this is what the paper and the article and my talk is going to deal. We are going to explore the power of interdisciplinary in literary discourse. And what is the identity? Are we tampering? Are we just damaging the original identity of a literary work by including the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary things? No, we are not doing that. Everything is there. The only thing is it's a hiding in plain sight. Every work has all these aspects. The only thing is we forgot to address them. We did not look upon them. They were hiding in plain sight. And today we are trying to extract them. We are trying to brush them. We are trying to excavate them. We are historians. As much as we are teachers, we are also historians, trying to extract the interdisciplinary aspects of every literary work that we have. And then, of course, we have the machines joining us. Machines join hands with the minds. Critics join the computers. And today, everything is analyzed, criticized in a more digital way. Today, reading has become more faster for machines rather than humans. And how are we interpreting this reading of a fast? And finally, the conclusion is, how the old methods meet the new technology. Just imagine a grandparent in a house for the first time taking a grandchild into their hands, a grandmother caressing a granddaughter, a grandfather caressing a grandson for the first time. The old technology, the old methods meets the new technology, and definitely there is no midlife crisis. No, we are not doing anything wrong. We are on the right way, but the only thing is sometimes we feel scared that we are not doing the right thing. But no, our interpretation has been the same, and we would like to do the same thing. And we are taking the help and aid of digital tools and other insights into our work. So today, we are looking at things which we have uploaded from close reading. Gone are the days when teachers or interpreters used to ask the persons who are trying to learn some things to read closely, to read again and again, to paraphrase, to understand things. But today, no. Today, with the help of other things, we are looking at each and every aspect. I don't know how far it is apt to give you an example, a relevant example, a day-to-day example. Sorry, if the chair permits, I will be using something very recent and latest. Last night, Iran has attacked one of the software chains in Bahrain. How is... Yes, sir, please, excuse me. No, sir. Are you able to see introduction? Are you able to say the introduction? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just still on the introduction. Yeah. Zoom out? You want me to zoom out? Okay, very good. So, okay, now is it okay for you? Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Sorry for that inconvenience, and thank you for reminding me very much. Okay, today we are broadening from close reading to wide thinking, and I was trying to tell you a very apt example of a war that has been raging in the Gulf for the last 31 days. And yesterday, Iran has stepped up. It has opened a new horizon. We have seen many wars, many battles in our lives, but nowhere was a tech giant attack. So today, even tech giants are also a part of the war. And this is a new perspective which we did not learn until a few days ago, because Iran was telling that these are the tech giants which are helping technology to help us being attacked. So this is a wider thinking. From close reading to wider thinking. So this is what we are supposed to do in our interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary things. And texts now reflect globalization, technology, and cultural mashups also. When we come to cultural mashups, I would still like to work upon Hamlet, okay? We have the Japanese version of Hamlet. And when Shakespeare reads the Japanese version of a Hamlet or Spanish version of a Hamlet, he would be turning up and down in his grave, looking at all the editions, the removals, and the things that has been done to his original text. But these are cultural mashups. That is what we are doing today. And this is something which is very much needed for the literary interdisciplinary things that we had to know. Single theories always struggle, but like one tool fixing everything, we have everything that we have to do this. Scholars now borrow ideas like academic neighbors. Okay, there is no fine line of dividing between scholars. Today, every work in the world is something which, just give me a minute. Scholars now borrow ideas like academic neighbors. As I told you, the global world has become a village, and today more our work, every work represents their cultural roots and which we are borrowing. Okay, so and what is the result of that? The result of that is a very rich and deeper interpretations. I would just like to tell you the few words about the result of rich and deeper interpretations. Let me talk about transgender. Okay, 10 years back, okay, transgender literature was something people are scared of touching like a hot potato. But today, we have a considerable number of works that are being delved, touched, researched, and taught about transgender literature, transgender things. And this is what we call it as a deeper interpretation. This is one way of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. The socio aspects, the economic aspects, the stigmatic aspects, everything that comes into play when you are introducing the literary things in a different way. So we are blending ideas into one framework, just as we prepare a recipe for a beautiful and a very tasty and delicious dish. We are bringing various factors into the so-called things. Let us take up Pride and Prejudice of Jane Austen. Pride and Prejudice of Jane Austen for years was thought only as a feminist work. But today, we are interpreting that as empowerment. We are speaking on that on equal terms. We no longer think about that as a feminist work. We think about it as an empowerment. Jane Austen is not just a female writer to the Generation Z. She is an embodiment, a fighting spirit, a rebel who has challenged the norms of the society. So we are bringing new ideas into the framework when we think about interpreting things in interdisciplinary ways, multidisciplinary ways, the socio-economic factors of the society then and now. And we have many views. Nothing is being forced upon. I'm just telling my opinion, and somebody else tells somebody else's opinion, and it is just acceptable to the others. And yes, we are tackling identity, power, representation. We are encouraging critical thinking, and we have very fewer boring classes. Today, we are engaging students, student-centered, learner-centered. And when the learner is ready to share his or her opinions, we are able to encourage them. We are able to do that one. Okay, just give me a minute. I think I'm having some messages from the organizers to check my message inbox. Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm thinking, yes. Okay, so the final goal for this is it's a smart reading in a complex world. But what is the literature review that we are going to have? We started with a very structural system, which is something deep-rooted, standardized. The evolution of discourse analysis in literary studies can be traced to the intellectual movements of structuralism. See, Karl Marx, when anybody thinks about Karl Marx, they think of him only as a communist writer. They don't think of him as a social and economic writer. But today we are able to interpret Karl Marx and Hegel's works also as literary works. Thus, Capital is no longer just an economic work. It is just a poetic work about the sorrows, about the various schemes of the government, various plannings of the government, a societal reflection, a cultural reflection. And we all know what type of an influence Karl Marx had on half of the globe, not to speak just of India. And today we still have his Karl Marxism being deep-rooted in some of the Latin American countries and in the other places. So what a structure, we looked upon it as a structure. But then we are trying to find what are the parts of the system, what are the parts of the structure. We are learning them in a new perspective. Structuralism thinkers emphasize that the underlying structures govern text. No. Today, our thinking is not just confined with governing the text. The alphabet is not binding on us. More than the alphabet, it is the imagination which is provoking us, which is just pushing us to expand our horizons of imagination. And I would like to say that, I would like to place on record Foucault, who said, power is everywhere, even in punctuation. There are many memes in social media. I cooked her lunch is one example which I could say. You put a punctuation at different places, it gives a different types of meanings. So I call the power is everywhere, even in punctuation. That is what Foucault says on record. And Bakhtin says, there are many voices, no single truth. There is no single truth, many voices. And the meaning is flexible, not fixed. We are not anchored to one set of ideas. We are constantly moving, we are drifting with the different types of meanings. What the previous generation understood is challenged by the present generation, and what we are trying to interpret today will definitely be challenged and interpreted in a different way, which we will think is a misrepresentation, misinterpretation, wrong interpretation. And we conveniently shut our eyes and minds to the ever-transforming society, the changes that are happening on different spheres, science, economic, social, political, even emotional, everything plays a part in the interpretation of the text. And yes, we'll continue to the research questions. What are we trying to address here? What is the seminar trying to do? How does interdisciplinary improve analysis? Is having a social background, a different social background, helps us in interpreting a text in a different way? Yes, definitely yes. Not just a definite yes, it is an overwhelming yes. But in the past, we have conveniently pushed this yes under the blanket, and we have studiously followed whatever the writer has done. We just removed the socio factors, the economic factors, the political factors, the geographical factors. We were just looking only at the emotions. And as teachers of English language and literature, we are more embedded into emotion, a capital E, a bold E, an emotion starting with capital, bold, Arial, black E. But today, we need to come down, we need to scale down. We are no longer teachers of the text with an emotion. We are teachers of a text with A, B, I, O, P, Q, S. Everything which comes into play, we are trying to interpret a text taking into different factors, and that is what we are having is from our sister disciplines. That's what we call it as interdisciplinary. And this is what is needed for a better understanding of any concept or theme or ideology. We have to look at it in a kaleidoscopic thing, not just in a telescopic view, not in a microscopic view. We need to look at it in a kaleidoscopic view, and this is what we are trying to do. And what separates inter versus multi approaches? How can a person separate inter and multi approaches? The paper and the stock will address that in an attraction for the eye. You are in the middle of a hall and a vast buffet is spread before you, and you are a bit surprised. You do not know where to start, what to start, and how to end. The same happens today with our interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary things. We need to include everything. We need to have the starters. We need to have the main course. We need to have the desserts. We need to have everything. But we need to have them in a proper way, in an appropriate quantity. Just because a novel or a work presents only the societal aspects, we need not become the persons of the society. We need not become the champions of economics. We need not be the intriguing scientific aspects of that. We need to be presenting it in equal rational, in equal methods of each and everything. Is more always better for analysis? More is not always moderate. More is never moderate. Moderate is better. So we need to be moderate in including the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary things into the literary discourse. And luckily, we are presently doing that across the length and breadth of India. Across the length and breadth of it. I'm not just speaking about one particular place or one particular organization, institution, or a generation of people. We are just including each and everything. And finally, when we address all these questions, we come to some findings. What are these things? When you borrow a lens, when you borrow a kaleidoscope from the other discipline, you will find how enriching the perspective from their point of view. POV is something which is very common. People now, we use POU. Try to understand things from my point of view. Everyone's POV is different, but we are giving equal importance and emphasis to the POU of all the disciplines, of all the aspects. And we are highlighting and enriching the context which actually needs that, Take, for example, we have Salman Rushdie, not so famous a writer, not so appealing a writer because of his a bit of controversial works. Why is Salman Rushdie a controversial person? Because his works were perceived in a different situation, in a different socio-economic, familial background. But what if we remove that particular filter, and if we look at that in a human way? Salman Rushdie would never have been so controversial and would have never been into hiding. So just the context-rich interpretations need to be understood, need to be explained. And language and society are like two eyes of the world. Just as much as language is needed, society is also needed, but society has many things. It has economics, it has politics, it has geography, it has emotion. And we need to decode them. We need to decode them for a better understanding. The identity, the power, and the ideology should be clearer. We should not be narrow. Our vision should not be a tunnel vision, but it should be something like a funnel vision. What happens to a funnel? A funnel has a wide opening at one point, and it narrows down. And we are supposed to interpret every literary work in the reverse funnel system, Put all the disciplines into the interpretation. Let the receiver take whatever interpretation that they need. But are we doing that? And how successful are we in funneling a particular work with all these things to the learner? This is what we are supposed to do. We have to enhance. We have to increase the percentage, the rate, and the degree of our funnel interpretation of different works, taking the help from interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary things. And as scholars, I find in the meeting a lot of scholars, young scholars. I find a lot of students before me in the meeting, and I think that they need to think before their silos. They have to think in a wider context. And we are looking at teamwork. We are playing a teamwork. Language and literature are never alone. A writer has a family, so he has a society. A writer has a job, he has an economy. A writer has an emotion, he has a geography. So teamwork is definitely a winning spectacle. And everyone talks. In multidisciplinary, everyone talks. And we are supposed to listen to them. We are supposed to pay a patient and a hearing to what they say. We cannot just brush them off saying that their interpretation is wrong. We need to listen to them. Maybe we miss that final aspect. Maybe we miss that final point. So both of them are valuable. The only thing is it's just different styles of presentations that we are going to do. And the diversity enriches analysis, the diversity of thought. If we have the same type of thought, the same linear way of thinking, we may not find things very interesting. But if we have different types of thoughts, they will be very, very enriching. And these are the findings that the article tries to highlight. And yes, digital tools. Today, everyone has 11 fingers or 12 fingers on their hands. Surprising, isn't it? 10 fingers are biological fingers, but not for comfort. So we are using this artificial intelligence to augment our intelligence. So AI meets AI. Artificial intelligence of the machines meets the augmented intelligence of the minds. And this is a good convention. This is a marriage where we are going to speed up and scale things in a much easier way. This is not something which can be deprived or criticized. We need them. Today, as much as we need smart mobiles or smartphones or everything, AI has come to stay, but only at our peril. As I told you, it all depends whether you're using it as a sixth finger on a right hand or as a sixth finger on a left hand. But definitely AI is needed for interpretation, for better interpretation, for wider interpretation of the things. Patterns and themes emerge faster, faster. Why is IPL T20 a super hit? Nobody thought when IPL T20 was introduced by Lalit Modi, people were very much denouncing that. How can you watch a match of 20 overs a side? But today, we are bored of watching a 50-over match or a test match. We are more interested in watching a 20-over match per side, because the patterns are fast, the themes emerge faster, everything comes faster, quicker. The conclusion comes quicker, the understanding comes quicker. The broader perception comes quicker and cleaner and clearer. And all this is on ourselves. We are the ones. We are the usherers. We are the bearers of this change. And we as pedagogues, we have to improve our interactive methods. Everywhere in the world today, we have this system, what we call student-centered, learner-centered. So interaction. We need to speak less. We need to allow the others to speak more. And biologically, yes, we are born with that. We have 2 ears to listen more and 1 mouth to speak less. So we need to listen to them, interactive methods, giving them space to adjust, to accommodate the other ideas and other things. And students engage more. Yes, students engage more only when the attention span is less. So let us provide them with something interesting glimpses of the works that we have. The works that are can be interpreted in different types of things, interdisciplinary, multiple disciplinary things. Let the classrooms be a hotbed of activity. Let them be like bazaars. A bazaar, a hawker, a pedestrian on the ground, where they can speak for themselves without the fear of being criticized, with the fear of being sniffled. And this, we can do it more effectively with the help of pedagogy, the responsibility of the pedagogy. So let us innovate, but not losing the trait of tradition. Tradition is always there. The only thing is innovation. Look at the big fat Indian wedding. It has come a long way from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s and to the present generation. Still, people call elsewhere the big fat Indian wedding. Nowhere do we use the words big fat British wedding, big fat American wedding, big fat Chinese wedding. They call it as big fat Indian wedding. This is something by default, we use it for us. So the wedding, the very system is the same. The only thing is we have thrown in a lot of things to make it more appealing. We have given place to different types of ideas, but we have retained the same system. So just like that, let us have innovation meeting the tradition. And we have a few discussion points also. Yes, the discussion is flexibility. We need to be flexible. We are no longer rigid. We can't be rigid. We are even on an evolving stage. The globe is evolving. Themes are evolving. Ideologies are evolving. So we need to be flexible. If you are hard, if you are rigid, the only thing is you become a part of the history. Your legacy becomes history. When I speak your legacy, I'm not speaking about individuals. The work becomes something like a legacy. It becomes forgotten. People only speak of that. There is no interpretation of that. Take, for example, our constitution, our Indian constitution. Look at the number of amendments that has been made to our Indian constitution based upon different types of needs, requirements. So flexibility is very important in literary studies, particularly in the modern days. And interdisciplinary helps us in understanding it in a more easiest way. It links language, culture, and power very easily. And more than that, the scholarly thinking gets more dynamic. You cross the line. You cross the line and you think over from a different perspective. That is something very enlightening. That is what people, pedagogues, students, learners, scholars, everyone should be able to invite. That is what we should be able to. We invite ourselves. Let me cross the line. Let me think from their point of view. So let me try to understand, is there a point for justification? Is there a point of validity in the interpretation with a different background? So this dynamic becomes more enthusiastic when we lace in the interdisciplinary things and other things. And students particularly, why are we doing all these things? Why are we interpreting a work just with these different types of things? Because we are knowledge sharers. We are knowledge givers. We want the younger generation, the students, to benefit from different points of view. They should be able to understand, okay, if somebody is able to interpret in 10 ways, maybe I could add an 11th dimension. Nobody is stopping. Nobody is saying that these are only the 10 dimensions of interpretation of a work. We are giving them a platform, a chance, an occasion to think beyond the realms of ordinary things. And this we can do only if we do it by ourselves. If I interpret a work in 2 or 3 different points of view, I'm encouraging the student, take up the ones which are in the dark, come out into the light, shed your experience, shed your interpretation. And this is how the society becomes more viable, more feasible, more flexible, more adaptable, because literature is nothing but the thread which binds the society and the way of thinking. The thoughts, they are woven into our minds. And thoughts always are just from literature. And when I say literature, I'm not just speaking about Shakespeare or just any other English literature. I'm speaking about literature from across the world. Every society has been a part of their growth. Literature has been that part. Religious texts have been a part of that. So evolutions happens only when we take the flexible point and when we enable the students to understand that and encourage them to interpret the text. But what are the challenges? It's not so easy. I can speak for another 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes or another 1 hour. But what about the challenges? Is it easy? Are we really adaptable? Are we just speaking for
Let's see whether we interact with him or not. Raja, I think he has left. He has left. No, is he on the online? Yeah. Who? No, she's not a participant. She's a. I don't know how she has connected online. He has allowed her. Perhaps he knows her. I don't know. Yeah. Because they need to have the link. Dr. Yeah. That's true. Raja, it's okay, Raja. After this, there is nothing. We will wind up the program. Don't worry, you can go then. You have to travel all the way to your university. How did you come? Did you come in a bus? Bus, okay. University. Dr. Raja, shall we wind it up? Is he on the line? Master translate, she said, Naga. Hey, brother, where are the photos? Today's photos. Wisdom department. Can you ask him to send a few photos to Raju, sir? Because we need to send it to the press. We need photos. Is already sent? Okay. How about have you forwarded it to you? Yes, sir. Have you forwarded Telugu report to him? చేశారు అంటే నువ్వు పెట్టారు పెట్టింది ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయాలి. లేదన్నాడు ఏదైనా పెట్టేసేయాలి. ఇది ఆన్ ద లైన్. Okay, let's Raja, let's wind up. Let's leave it. Because our delegates have to go, it seems. Yes, muted all of us. The convener of the seminar has rung up. Yes, he has spoken with the head.
Still writing. You go to seminar hall 1 and 7. Subha madam is there. Ask her to come. This especially Except literature students. Literature students, please come forward. ఆవిడ రావాలి, శుభ మేడం రావాలి. ఆవిడ వస్తే కంబైన్ చేసుకుంటాం. Literature students, please come
In
forward.
the meanwhile, shall we ask our delegates to share their views on the afternoon session?
Okay.
So may I request the delegates to come forward to review the afternoon session, especially the lecture delivered by, what's his name, Ramakrishna?
Kantara.
Lakshmikant. So please come forward. If you would like to share your feedback, please share it with us. Mr. Srinivas.
Hello, sir. So, thank you, sir. Already, so before the session, we were having wonderful discussion with our Dr. N. Rangababu sir class. Almost both of them shared similar views. But whenever it comes to this particular paper, sir has organized it in a systematic order, and he has given lot of inputs, particularly theoretical perspectives. He has begun with his lecture, the structuralistic perspective. So we have seen how structuralism and structuralistic thought was organized, and then we were having a post-structuralistic perspective, and then he has brought important thinkers like Michael Foucault, Bakhtin, and really these are all very much relevant, and how power is operating. Those are all things he has given in wonderful manner. And then paper, the presentation was like a research documentation. So he has given a research question. So what are the questions are we facing nowadays? That is also a second important point. Third, he has highlighted what is the way to find our findings. For example, he has given